Please be seated. Honorable members, the first item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC welcomes President Cyril Ramaphosa's appointment of a 9-member anti-corruption advisory council to strengthen the fight against corruption. The council will join the multifaceted strategy to root out malfeasance that has seeped into and taken root in the public sector in the past years. The advisory council is to be chaired by Professor Firoz Kachalia. As we have all witnessed, several measures by various institutions to fight corruption are starting to be implemented with the arrest of former Transnet senior executives, Regiment's capital directors, Regiment shareholders, Trillion Asset Management non-executive director, and Albert Time owner on Monday, the 29th August 2022, by the National Prosecuting Authorities Investigating Directorate, assisted by the Hawks. The investigative directorate said more people are expected to be arrested in relation to this matter. Identified as one of the primary sides of misappropriation of state funds at the peak of the state capture project, the Transnet arrest and court appearance of additional senior executives reflect a significant milestone and outcome of complex investigations. Let the law take its course. The ANC full supports President Ramaphosa in his leadership against all forms of corruption, which depletes the public purse and denies service to the people. Thanks, Chair.
The DA.
Thank you, Chair. It's Michael Bagram of the Democratic Alliance. Our unemployment situation in South Africa is now officially the worst in the world. Coupled with this, productivity in South Africa is the second worst in the world. The Democratic Alliance has challenged the Labour Ministry on its inactivity with regard to job creation. Unfortunately, every single quarterly report shows the situation getting worse and worse. The Democratic Alliance has also proposed numerous ways in which we can tackle the high unemployment rate in South Africa, including deregulation and the uncoupling of small businesses from large bargaining councils, to no avail. To make matters worse, the umbrella trade union movement through COSATU and SAFTU are now using the blunt tool protest action to promote or defend socio-economic interests of the workers. NEDLAC has just recently given a certificate to the trade unions to go on a mass countrywide strike. Strikes of this nature only make socio-economic interests of the workers worse. The Democratic Alliance hereby calls upon the Ministry and the Minister of Employment and Labour and NEDLAC to be extremely cautious when granting permission for mass protest action of this nature to take place. It makes matters worse. Every time we have a protest, the economic situation in South Africa comes to a standstill, and to a large degree, these protests are extremely counterproductive, and to the entire business community, it makes things worse. And indeed, it makes things worse for the fiscus. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, thank you.
The EFF.
Chairperson, it is a tragic reality that there's a minister who sits in this house carrying the responsibility of leading the higher education sector, and through this responsibility sends out young, brilliant minds to study medicine in Russia, only for them to starve because the department he is leading is crumbling devastatingly while he pretends to have everything under control. Minister Blaine Zimande, we have written to you, we have released statements to you, we have made follow-ups to your department regarding the continuous unacceptable behavior that sees young people who are promised that their education needs will be catered for by the money of taxpayers, but end up running after you to see the most basic of their needs to be met. And even then, your nonchalance and ungrounded arrogance remains the order of the day. If you didn't know, because you don't take MP calls, you don't respond to MP letters, and you sure don't bother to be involved in the department you're leading, except to read notes written for you that you've never seen before to us in Parliament. Our medicine students in Russia are starving. They are homeless. They don't have academic tools. And these are the same people you use to brag about when asked about the department's efficiency. All remaining students who haven't must without fail receive their stipends until they complete the academic journey every single month without fail, starting from today. Ensure that their traveling costs and administration-related issues are resolved by the end of business today. No medicine student who's meant to be in Russia should be compromised academically because a simple task of buying flight tickets for them seems a big task when confronted by your department. No student that is sent to distant lands by the AC government
Honorable member,
should ever have
your
to
time
be
is now expired. Thank you. ANC. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance, which proclaims, can I repeat? The Democratic Alliance, which proclaims itself to be a party building a future based on freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity for all, is not living to its lofty pronouncement, with some of its Black members leaving its ranks. The latest member to resign from the DA is the former party leader. in the Northern
Honorable member, can you just hold it there? Honorable Hadebe, I thought we were going to give them your own member opportunity to complete the statement, and then I would have recognized you. What is the urgency of the point of order that you want to raise?
The opposition is running here. We cannot even hear our member reading the statement.
Honorable members,
But not run the speaker.
honorable members,
That is stupid fool.
Oh, can I say?
honorable members, honorable members, honorable members on both sides of the house. Can we respect the speaker that's on the floor? It's common courtesy. If you don't hear what is being said, how can you respond to it? Please continue, honorable member.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The latest member to resign from the DA is the former party leader in the Northern Cape, Andrew Law, who is also a former member of the National Assembly, arguing that he can no longer identify with the party. This view was also shared by the former DA leader in the Free State, Patricia Kopani, who also recently resigned from the Democratic Alliance. Lau alleges that as a provincial leader, he would charge both Black and white people, but only cases of Black people would be taken up for disciplinary processes. He alleges that the charges of white party members would disappear in the middle of nowhere. Other leaders who recently left the party over unhappiness around its current political direction and identity include Makashule, Ghana, Mbalintuli, Bongani Baloyi, Pumzile Van Dam, and Abel Tahu. As African National Congress, we are not swayed by the words or opposition parties such as the Democratic Alliance take in falsely claiming to build an unracial and equal South Africa, when in actual fact, they practice the opposite. They show their hands in tokenism and window dressing when it comes to these matters, but are soon exposed for what they truly stand for. And that is preserving historic white privilege. I thank you, House Chair.
The IFP, order, honorable
Honorable.
members.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The relationship that South Africa has with alcohol is increasingly reaching disastrous
Honorable
proportions.
member, can you just turn the mic towards you, please?
Towards me.
Yeah, and speak into
Okay.
it, yeah.
The relationship that South Africa has with alcohol is increasingly reaching disastrous proportions. If we're not careful, we will not succeed in overcoming many of the social ills that this country is grappling with. South Africa faces a myriad of socio-economic challenges, which include but not are limited to a high unemployment rate, poverty, crime, and fatal alcohol syndrome. All can be directly linked to the country's general attitude to the relationship with alcohol. According to the World Health Organization, South Africa ranks amongst the highest alcohol consumers in the world and the highest for fatal alcohol spectrum disorder and deaths. Many factors contribute to this, but perhaps the most noteworthy is poverty. People live in extreme poverty, may not be able to afford alcohol purchased from legal and regulated breweries. Therefore, they resort to the consumption of self-concocted home brews, most of which are not safe for human consumption. This is most common in townships and rural areas. Recently, there has been a slew of shooting at taverns across the country, in some cases resulting to fatalities. Young people give up their hopes and dreams and drown their sorrows in alcohol. As the IFP, we call on the government to make a concerted effort through its various departments to ensure that we find a clear and effective solutions. We must avert these dangers that is slowly eating away at the very fiber of our soul and our society. I thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. On the 7th of July, the Freedom Front Plus has requested the Human Rights Commission to investigate the inhuman treatment of patients that took place in state hospitals after various media reports about this matter appeared in the last few months. The Freedom Front Plus also requested the public to come forward if they have been victims of poor treatment and poor circumstances in these institutions. And thus far, the Freedom Front Plus has received over more than 500 complaints across the country. And in one day, we have received more than 10 complaints about one hospital in the Eastern Cape. The Freedom Front Plus will request the Human Rights Commission to investigate these matters as well and take the necessary steps to hold government accountable, and the Freedom Front Plus will fight back against poor healthcare in South Africa. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Committee on Fisheries, a subsidiary body of the Fisheries and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, is the only global international forum where the FAO members meet to review and consider issues and challenges related to fisheries and aquaculture. The Committee on Fisheries will be hosting its 35th session this year from the 5th to the 9th of September in Rome in Italy. This is the first in-person event since the COVID-19 pandemic began in 2020. Masifundi is an organization whose focus is promoting and strengthening food sovereignty in the context of coastal and inland fishing communities, stated that what makes this coffee process significant is the fact that small-scale fisheries movements and civil society can now lobby, advocate, and inform states on issues that impact the small-scale fishing sector. Preparatory workshop of the SSF movement will be held, led by the International Planning Committee for Food Sovereignty Committee, which will take place from the 31st and until the 4th of September. Masifundise presented the socio-economic rights project during the coffee process as an example of how other countries can move forward to implement the guidelines. The ANC wish them well and hopes that their participation will bear positive fruits and fish for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. This is Member Hasina Ismail, proud member of the DA. The issue of community service doctors not being placed and paid timelessly has become a major concern. In addition, community service doctors have not received salary increases since 2019. Failures with the Department of Health's internship and community service program systems have resulted in placements being released late or in married couples or couples with children being separated. Discrepancies with registration fees and deposits have also been highlighted by many community service doctors, leading to many ending up paying much more than the correct amounts. Minister, strict measures need to be put in place to address the concerns and issues our healthcare workers are experiencing. Given the current high rate of vacancies in the public healthcare sector, it is of utmost importance that the minister addresses these matters as a matter of urgency, as we need all our community service doctors to be placed and paid as they are on the front line of ensuring effective service delivery to the public healthcare sector. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Education has a crucial role to play to contribute massively to a country's development. For the longest period, we have been complaining and raising an issue about what seems to be an apparent neglect of TVET colleges around the country. Most TVET colleges have been plagued with infrastructure problems and poor management capacity problems. Yet this has gone to the extent where the quality of the education is perceived low, especially by the private sector, and lecturers are inadequately trained, which results to a stigma attached to students who attend them. The department want to put it squarely that the department is failing TVET students in TVET colleges because there's also a concerning lack of technological advancements in different areas of specialization. The majority of campuses located in rural areas and small towns have no accommodation. Students have to find their own accommodation or crowd in on a few available rooms. Unfortunately, students end up staying in spaces that are not safe or conducive for learning, and yet at the end of the year, they're expected to pass and meet NFSA's requirements. You will also recall that some of the challenges facing higher education institutions is one of offering programs that are not accredited. There seems to be general chaos that dominates especially the historically disadvantaged institution. One such example is where at WUSU recently, where 221 students who graduated for 5 unaccredited courses, and no one has been held to account to that. We want to put it in and appeal to the department to attend to this, because every time we visit TVET colleges, every time we interact with students from TVET colleges, the same problems are brought up on a daily basis, and that doesn't seem to be
Honorable
progress. or an
member, your
attempt to
time
address
is
that.
now expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Having just emerged from a month of not just celebrating women, but also highlighting the various forms of abuse and inequalities women face in our country, the myogistic comments by the DA leader, John Steenhuisen, about his ex-wife angered many in our society. This honorable member called his ex-wife and a mother of his 2 daughters roadkill on a postcard with radio personality McG. He did not stop there. He continued by referring her to a fat chicken, as if these sexist and degrading comments were not just a reflection of the DA leader. The party's Gauteng chair of the DA Women's Network, Stephanie Ockerman, defended her party by stating that if you are standing by a braai where men are talking and women are constantly objecting on how men talk to us, then we will never get the foot in the door, because we want to be seen as equal so that we can compete with men. These sum up the embedded sexism within this party perfectly and shows us why they may talk the talk but will never be able to walk the walk. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
ATM. Order, honorable members. The ATM. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The ANC congratulates 594 medical students trained in Cuba. ANC welcomes these 594 medical students who granted from Cuba as part of Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Medical Collaboration Program. As from 1997 to date, the program has produced 2,556 doctors, some of whom have become specialists. Annually, since 2018, the ANC has been produced more than 600 doctors, a milestone that exceeds South Africa's local production of medical doctors. The objective of the program is in line with the ANC mandate of creating quality healthcare for all to alleviate the shortage of medical doctors in South Africa. The program opened access to advanced training as medical practitioners for students from disadvantaged backgrounds whom otherwise not admitted to most of South African medical schools because of their socioeconomic background. We also acknowledge other medical students from Russia that have been returned from pursuing medical qualifications. We believe that these medical doctors will help to access the challenges that continue to plague the country's healthcare system. The ANC cares. Thank you.
The DA.
Honorable House Chair, it's Honorary Weber from the Democratic Alliance. How much does the ANC government really care about people living with disabilities? The DA recently conducted an oversight visit at Sunfields Fortuna in the small town of Balfour Dipolesing. We were extremely concerned to find that 36 people who live there and have different kinds of disabilities are faced with an uncertain future. The Department of Social Development gave instructions to its officers in the Dipolesing area that the specified 36 residents who depend on subsidies would no longer receive these subsidies from the government and must relocate to similar homes, their family members or society by the end of September 2022. It is crucial to suddenly force these residents. It is totally cruel, some of whom have lived there for more than 30 years, to go back to their abusive families or to circumstances where they cannot receive proper care. This will certainly have seriously negative impacts on their mental and physical well-being. Sunfield Fortuna subsidies remain the same for the past 14 years, despite inflation causing devastating financial difficulties. Why is that happening? While other care homes within a 50-kilometer radius received significantly larger subsidies. We call on the minister to intervene urgently to avoid a second situation like the ones experienced with Life Esemedeni a few years ago, and to avoid being taken to court. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. The first quarter crime data for 2022-2023 for the Western Cape shows that the police stations taking strain are mainly in the poorer, high-density African and colored areas. Those police stations, especially in Cape Town, are grossly under-resourced when compared to police stations in the more affluent communities of Camps Bay and Claremont. For the period April 2022 to June 2022, Menenberg Police Station reported 369 total contact crimes. Guguletu, 469, Khayelitsha, 767, Mitchell's Plain, 732, compared to Camps Bay, 20, Claremont, 80, Worthasach, 55. Contact crimes include murder, sexual offenses, attempted murder, assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, common assault and robbery. In the period 2020 to 2021, the Western Cape had around 55 murders per 100,000 people. This was above the national average of 33 murders per 100,000. SAPS has a lack of leadership, and Becky Kelly has proven to be the worst police minister. The EFF believes that crime cannot only be policed away. Crime is a symptom of far deeper structural problems that exist, especially in our poorer communities. Among these include unemployment and the resultant poverty, especially among youth, no necessary sport or recreational facilities for youth, and a complete breakdown of law and order. We are now expecting SAPS to address symptoms instead of a more holistic approach to addressing the root causes. Trying only to police away crime is like putting a bandage on a fractured limb. It requires a lot more. There is no government policy, provincial or national, that can address the massive unemployment.
Honorable member, your time is now expired.
Outsourced.
Thank you.
The EFF has policies that will bring about straight-driven economic
Thank you, Honorable Member.
development through industrialization. Thank you very much.
The ANC.
The end of last month, August 2022, saw the second cohort of 245,000 young people finish their 10-month placement in schools. They will join the range of about 600,000.
Honorable member, can you just hold there? If you of the DA, please communicate with your members that they must please switch off their microphones. Thank you. Can you start again, Honorable member?
Okay. The end of last month, August 2022, saw the second cohort of 245,000 young people finish their 10-month placement in schools. They will join the range of about 600,000 young South Africans who have participated in the initiative since its launch in 2020. This will bring close to 1 million the number of participants since the program was launched. The school assistants have either supported teachers in the classroom or performed school maintenance, security, food garden production, and other upkeep activities. Of the 60,000 teachers and principals surveyed, more than 95% said the program had greatly improved the learning environment in their schools and wanted it to continue as it enabled them to focus more of their time on teaching. The program has provided young people with work experience and skills. They have received accredited training across several disciplines, ranging from digital literacy to basic bookkeeping, from child and youth care to bricklaying, plastering, and plumbing. We urge all businesses to harness the energies, talent, skills, and experience of these young people to grow the economy. And we call on businesses to participate in this process by taking advantage of the employment tax incentive to hire more young South African people and create learnerships. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Cope. Is there a statement from Cope? None. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC supports the establishment of the Border Management Authority, which will contribute significantly in improving the security of our borders and the management of immigration in our country. We therefore welcome the unveiling of the first 2,000 newly recruited cohorts of the Border Management Authority, Border Guards, at the deployment ceremony held at the Bedbridge Port of Entry in Musina, Limpopo, on Thursday, 14 July 2022, as a step to the right direction. The cohort are deployed at the 5 identified vulnerable segments of the borderlines, working together with members of the South African National Defence Force to tighten up border management and in identifying ports of entry. The Border Management Authority will play a vital role in tackling border security challenges impacting on the country and its neighbors, such as uncoordinated travelers processing, cross-border criminality, illegal crossings, and undue delays in the facilitation of movements of goods and services. The ANC supports. Thank you.
That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? We're just checking the virtual platform, Honorable Minister, and then I'll come to you. The Honorable Minister of International Relations, Honorable Minister Pandor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Due to limited time, I've selected a few of these. I could have spoken to all of them. But let me say, with respect to the first one from the African National Congress, indeed it is correct. We should support His Excellency the President in the fight against corruption. I believe this is one of the biggest fights that South Africa has to undertake, given the cancerous impact of corruption on the development of a country. I fully support the actions taken and believe even more should be done, and that all who have robbed the public purse or practiced corruption should land in prison. Mr. Bagram of the DA is right. We face a big challenge with respect to the challenge of unemployment in our country, and all of us should support efforts directed at increasing employment and investment in South Africa so that more jobs can be created and our people could earn a livelihood. With respect to students in Russia and the lack of stipend for them, I will communicate this matter to Minister Nzimande and request that he uses the National Assembly for purposes of a statement to clarify on this matter. It is worrying what has been reported. I have had reports myself via my department on this matter, but I believe Minister Nzimande should provide us with information. And so I hope that that would happen. With respect to the Democratic Alliance and its non-racial credentials, we clearly know that these are falling apart at a very rapid pace. And so no surprise there. Chairperson, with respect to the IFP member's statement on South Africa and alcohol, I believe being classed as a country that consumes the largest amount of alcohol in the world is a really terrifying statement about South Africa. And I do think we should do something, because those who know history know that formerly colonized people are destroyed by the presence of large volumes of alcohol in their communities. And you can see with the location of shebeens and alcohol outlets in South Africa, they're primarily in areas where Black poor people reside. This was by design, and it is something that we should combat as a society. Finally, Chairperson, let me say that indeed we believe Minister Nzimande is making significant efforts to improve technical and vocational education in our country. He has made a great deal of inroads in improving TVET and the programs offered, and I'm sure he'll continue to do so, including improving infrastructure and ensuring that students have accommodation. Cabinet has adopted a significant infrastructure plan. Contained within it is accommodation infrastructure for the TVET college sector. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, who's on the virtual platform. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, Honorable Member Mkhatshwa, thank you very much on the issue of the Border Management Authority. Indeed, the unveiling of the 200 newly recruited cohorts of border guards is just but the beginning. Yesterday, I had a lengthy meeting with the Commissioner of the Border Management Authority, Dr. Masia Pato, and the two Deputy Commissioners, as well as the project manager for the one-stop border post, where we're discussing progress towards this, because we are on course to have the Border Management Authority as a standalone 3D entity under the Public Management Act. At the present moment, the Border Management Authority is still a branch incubated under the Department of Home Affairs. Come the 1st of April, it will be a standalone entity. Everybody will be knowing that there is an entity that is responsible for our borders. At the moment, the entity is holding several meetings about getting technology as a force multiplier to the border guards, the various types of technologies, which will be unveiled very soon. And lastly, the report about I got yesterday is about the progress towards massive infrastructural improvement of the 6 busiest ports of entry, which was announced by the Minister of Finance during the budget speech, where about 6 billion rand is going to be spent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Respectfully, if I could just keep the video off, my network is not so very good. Ngizwe Honorable Member with DA talking about a problem that I would request the member to please, can I please access that information, because I cannot answer that question or that statement. Sorry, I cannot respond to a statement which is very specific, Honorable Weber. I would like to respond by ensuring that whatever SASSA and the Department of Social Development needs to do, I would request that I get that information. I've already requested the office to get the statement from the member, because unfortunately my network was very bad. I couldn't catch the member very well, but we would like to respond to the challenges of the community that the member, the honorable member is reporting about. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Are there any further ministerial responses?
Yes, Chair. Basic education.
Yes, proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes, in response to the statement, yeah, I'm not a robot, but the network is very bad. But in response to the statement by Honorable Suela, indeed, the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative is doing a great job in the communities and in our schools. So the next tranche, the interviews is continuing for the next batch that is going to start early next year, because most teachers, they appreciate, most parents appreciate, because they help learners, they help educators, they relieve educators from the administrative work, because they help in the administrative part, and some of the general, the GAs, they help also in repairing school windows and doors, and some are cleaning. Not to say that all of them are cleaning. We know that there are schools who do not need them, but there are schools who direly need these young people to come and help. And indeed, it helps also in the employment of these young people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister of Health, who's also on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Also, because of the challenge of network where Minister Zulu took me to KZN, I would probably not be able to switch on my video. Three comments. One came from Honorable Ismail, that the placement of community service doctors is largely at the beginning of the year, January, and at the middle of the year, July. However, there are few here and there who probably have got an extended period of a particular block or a discipline to complete, and therefore they are erratically available either September or March. Those are the ones that we have not mastered to really place well, but those are few, maybe 5 or 10 here and there. We need to know that this creation of a rural community services was mainly to support rural hospitals. And we would actually one day be able to share with call something a rural, and so give reasons why they can't move into the real Nongomata and further on. So sometimes it is the resistance that we do find. However, we are coming to service placement of the doctors. Honorable Van Staden raises the issue of the quality of service that we do give in our facilities. We are the first ones to admit that we are continuously wanting to improve. There's a heavy burden on the Department of Health that we admit, all of us agree, going along with the constraints on the financial availability to sort those needs. But however, because of amalgamating the whole of the country, there are groups of South Africans who were very actually glued to be getting a service the first minute they walk into any facility. Now, when you then make all of us to be able to access those services, there's obviously going to be a bit of a delay because we are allowing all South Africans now to access health. And therefore, that together with the honorable members here in the portfolio committee, we are continuously addressing. We would always be, that is why we are saying among other things, we should be able to look into the NHI as a program that is going to actually assist us to say every South African, every other foreign national will be taken care of and be supported. The last one is from Honorable Kaba. We commend your statement regarding the medical students who have returned from Cuba, and you probably say you are not sure, but there are now 48 of those who have come in to specialize. In fact, one of the first surgeon, a very unique
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you.
Thoracic surgeon is one of the young.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Are there any further ministerial responses? None. That concludes ministerial responses. What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
As Chair, I see Minister Becky Kelly and his deputy are not here. I've raised the issue of crime in the Western Cape and he's not here to respond to it. And this is why crime is out of hand, because we don't even have a minister present to respond to a member statement on crime. Where is he?
No, honorable member, the rules doesn't make provision for the point you're raising now. There's been 5 out of 7 replies to the ministerial statements. And according to the rules as it currently stands, ministers are not compelled to be in the house or on the platform. That is why you could see that some of the
Fine,
ministers.
is no use
No,
anyway.
honorable member, take your seat. Don't raise a point of order and then you try to abuse the situation. Please don't do that. Honorable members, we now get to a debate on an urgent matter of national public importance in terms of Rule 130. The item of national importance is in the name of the Honorable M.G. Mashlaule on the persistent illegal mining activities and concomitant crimes. The Honorable Mashlaule.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC would like to table to the House the motion for debate on persistent illegal mining activities and concomitant crimes. As the ANC-led government, we are sympathetic to the socio-economic conditions driving informal mining through small-scale mining. And thus, we have amended MPRDA to cater for informal miners or small-scale mining through specific requirements and provisions. However, the ANC-led government does not tolerate illegal mining, which is associated with violence, criminal syndicates, and insecurity that makes South Africa's mining communities more chaotic and conflict-ridden. The recent incident in Krugersdorp bears testimony that illegal mining does not deliver any socio-economic benefits to South Africa apart from proliferating criminal syndicates associated with human trafficking, drug smuggling, money laundering, illegal immigration, illegal weapons and explosives, as well as perpetuating illicit economy in the form of custom offenses and tax evasion. Chairperson, some opposition parties have considered it self-evident that the drastic escalation of illegal mining is attributed to the ANC-led government. In their view, the ANC-led government is afflicted not only with corruption and greed, but also with close ties to mine ownership. And since illegal mining often involves cooperation between illegal miners and large-scale mining companies, within which, in their view, some ANC members may or may not hold a stake, and therefore any attempt to introduce regulations and laws to curb illegal mining from the socio-economic point of view is illegitimate. As a consequence, in their view, the ANC-led government exhibits the incapacity to address illegal mining. This is, of course, a false narrative which does not allow for the mature policy conversation in dealing with the problem of illegal mining and its economic and social impact. But Chairperson, the blame instinct of opposition parties not only denies us the opportunity to think creatively of solutions to address illegal mining, but also prevents us from focusing our energy in the right places. At the center of illegal mining is an extensive network of offshore accounts and transnational criminal syndicates that take a complex operation involving domestic and foreign partners. There is no sign of incapacitation of the ANC-led government, but rather a direct consequence of a globalized world we live in, which promotes deregulation of the movements of capital, goods, including the mineral resources and labor. Of course, the intensive network of offshore accounts and transnational criminal syndicates associated with illegal mining result in economic consequences. For instance, in 2019, a report by Enhancing Africa's Response to Transnational Organized Crime indicated that that lost gold production due to illegal mining far exceeds 14 billion a year, making South Africa one of the biggest sources of illicit gold on the African continent. With the strengthening of the dollar-rand exchange and the current better market value for precious metals, illegal mining production far exceeds 14 billion a year. This in turn adversely affects South Africa's economic growth as well as development and leads to the major losses in government revenue, which is necessary to mark an assault to the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. In light of this, the more illegal mining succeeds, the more the long-term sustainability of the mining industry and its secondary industries become less economically viable. Hence, it is important for the law enforcement agencies to arrest and prosecute role players in illegal mining, including police officers, mining security personnel, and regulatory officials that shake down illegal miners for bribes and confiscate their mineral holdings and subsequently sell them directly to transnational criminal syndicates. The capacity to arrest and prosecute illegal miners is within reach, as the South African Police Services arrested 82 men connected to illegal mining in Krugersdorp so far. They did so whilst the EFF and Operation Dudula were engaged in the biggest boxing match ever televised in the country, fighting over who has the right to be at the center of populist emancipatory politics universe. Chairperson, linking illegal mining with an intensive network of offshore accounts and transnational criminal syndicates definitely requires capacity and international cooperation to deal with this illicit trade and illicit financial flows. Of course, illegal mining mostly occurs in derelict mines, and the challenge is that the use of explosive by illegal miners in derelict mines with compromised support structures poses significant threat to public safety and infrastructural integrity, as well as the environment. For instance, illegal mining damages the structural integrity of houses adjacent to derelict mines. Similarly, the mining production contributes to acid mining drainage, which in turn causes water pollution that communities and livestock around derelict mines depend on. But Chairperson, lessons from the rehabilitation programs of the ANC-led government, driven by Council for Geoscience and Mintech and the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, clearly suggests that the insinuation that the ANC-led government neglects responsibility as far as rehabilitation is concerned is not only a distraction fallacy, but also an emotion fallacy, as it goes an extra mile to make a false appeal to the masses of our people. In 2014 report of the South African Human Rights indicated that the ANC-led government through DMRE, working together with CGS and Mintech, closed 130 and 150 illegal mining shafts across the mineral abundant provinces, such as Gauteng, Free State, Northwest, and Mpumalanga. Moreover, the same report indicated that the DMRE and Mintech together have rehabilitated 17 asbestos sites. But the updated data of DMRE today indicates that almost 300 derelict and ownerless mines have been rehabilitated. While this is a minimal achievement rate, if we take into account the 2009 Auditor General's report, which uncovered 5,906 abandoned mines, with that number rising to 6,100 in 2021. The biggest challenge is that illegal miners blast open the sealed illegal mining shafts or dig on the other side to get inside and continue illegal mining. Unfortunately, the estimates show that financial burden of mitigating the effects of illegal mining, such as acid mine drainage, public and private infrastructure vandalism, environmental degradation, and water shortages, will be higher than the cost of constructing Medupi and Kusile power station. It is therefore important that we highlight that the way forward does not lie in the hands of an ANC-led government alone. Illegal mining requires cooperation and harnessing of existing capacities of all stakeholders to reach arrangements that provide peace and stability rather than an over simplistic figure pointing manner encouraged by some opposition parties. Chairperson, the cooperation of all stakeholders leaves the door wide open for private banks to assist ANC-led government in promoting development and investment in the mining industry as part of economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Private banks should be productive and extend the credit to informal scale miners so that they can meet financial resources as well as secure the technical expertise and environmental assessment as stipulated in the MPRDA, rather than capture almost half of what is produced by the economy to service themselves. This will ensure that small-scale mining occurs within a prescribed legal framework and benefits the country economically. Illegal mining has been dealt a blow by law enforcement agencies. And when these are stopped in one province and action is taken in another province, the illegal miners come back. When they go to court, they get bail immediately. And when deported, they come back the same day in the country. The DMRE, law enforcement agencies, Home Affairs require a coordinated approach to deal decisively with this criminal activity. Instead of playing party political grandstanding, legislators should tighten regulations and legislation. The illegal miners should be aware that the ANC-led government is taking action and will intensify its actions. Our aim is to develop our mining sector for the benefit of the country. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Lorimer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Illegal mining is not only about miners and the department that regulates them. In fact, it's not even mostly about miners. It's mostly about the failure of policing and, as we expect from this ANC government, systematic, wide-scale, debilitating corruption. That doesn't mean that the DMRE is not complicit in this failure. Their failure to oversee and apply the law means they are intimately involved in it, but not solely responsible. Illegal mining costs gold mining companies alone up to 20 billion rand every year. That's not to mention the losses in the diamond, chrome, and coal sector. Add to that the theft of copper and other metals and the destruction of infrastructure, and viable mining becomes more and more difficult. Mine crime is a big business, and the amounts of money involved means criminals can give big payoffs to state officials, mine employees, magistrates, prosecutors, and policemen to help make it happen. It's a magnet for gangs who the police say are better armed than they are. This crime happens through contract mafias in boardrooms, small pick and shovel operators on the surface, sometimes with massive yellow machines, and also deep underground in both working and abandoned mines. All that revenue lost means no taxes or royalties paid, fatally unsafe working conditions, environmental damage, and the shortened life of mines. The Cook mining complex was closed with a loss of 10,000 jobs because management was unable to stop the operation from being robbed into loss by illegal miners working with corrupted employees. The ANC is firmly on the side of workers' rights until it gets to illegal mining. Then, by a lack of action, we see they don't care. But the abuses that go on are horrific. Children and young men are forced to work underground for weeks at a time and threatened with beatings or worse if they do not comply. I've heard stories of police acting as the Zama's enforcement arm. There are also complaints of children being trapped underground and used for prostitution. So desperate was one young man to escape forced labor underground near Carltonville that he jumped onto a moving cage in a lift shaft, but his body was torn into pieces, which had to be collected separately. Young men are lured with promises of employment. They're desperate, they believe them, and they are confronted with coerced, dangerous work enforced by vicious beatings or death. The promise of South Africa was supposed to be freedom. There's a word for this that is the opposite of freedom. That word is slavery. The nursery school economics of the ANC and EFF have ensured that there is a plentiful supply of desperate foot soldiers who will risk their lives underground for money which might allow them to survive, while the syndicate bosses and buyers of illegal gold grow fat on the impoverishment of our country and the misery of our people. And it is those desperate young men who are mainly the people targeted by the police, the bottom tier of 5 tiers of criminal involvement, the only tier that faces the consequences because police intelligence is unable or unwilling to tackle the kingpins, buyers, and illegal syndicate bosses. The DA started warning about illegal mining 8 years ago. 8. The Portfolio Committee expressed concern and did oversight, but there was no real action. As the tempo of plunder increased, I warned in public statements in March, twice in May, and again in June this year, but there was no response until the tragic rapes at Krugersdorp. So why hasn't the ANC government taken any decisive action to end it? Two explanations present themselves: that the ANC is congenitally unable to turn any words into action, it is massively incompetent, and catered deployment of all state employees means people are appointed to do jobs which they can't do, and then are protected from the consequences of their failure because they are deployed comrades. The second possibility is that, as a senior policeman told me, the corruption extends all the way into this parliament, that the ANC could have taken steps to curb illegal mining, but chose not to because too many top ANC members are benefiting from the incredible wealth generated by this crime. So, in the words of one of the ANC's dead old white mentors, what is to be done? First, legislate to make it easier to prosecute people for mining illegally. Too often, the only charge that can be brought is that of trespass. 70 of those miners arrested at Krugersdorp have only been charged with being in the country illegally because there's no other law to charge them with. Second, set up special courts with special prosecutors to impose deterrent sentences. Third, don't depend on police forensic labs to process all samples. Mintech could turn those samples around in 2 days rather than in 6 months. Fourth, create a specialized police unit that works like the Scorpions used to, remember them, integrating the mining knowledge base of the department with specialized investigative and prosecutorial skills, backed by officers with the firepower and training to bring those large armed syndicates to heel. Make it easier to mine legally. Our laws and red tape make it difficult to mine. Where legal mining is hard, illegal mining is inevitable. And last, make it easier to close mines officially so they can be flooded to prevent illegal mining. I don't have much faith in this happening under the ANC. Even if they do go ahead and create a specialized anti-illegal mining police unit, we could be sure it would be led by a deployed comrade who would let kingpins off the hook and shelter politically connected backers when he's not faking the tenders for equipment. All of this debate, the sudden interest by the Portfolio Committee, the meetings, the oversight, the pledges from the president, all of it is entirely performative. It is to make it look like the ANC is doing something about illegal mining. It shouldn't have to be this way, but sadly under the ANC it will be, because they know no better and will not learn until they are thrown out by voters.
The next speaker is the Honorable Siabe.
Thank you, Chair. This debate on the persistent illegal activities and concomitant crimes in our country aim to highlight the concerns of our people on crime in general and illegal mining in particular. The mining industry forms part of the bedrock of our economy, and out of it, the economy is able to further beneficiate the minerals as part of the value chain. Therefore, any activities that are illegal within the mining industry not only disrupt the formal economy, but also scare investors from investing in the mining industry in our country. In this regard, as the African National Congress, we have noted the positive response of the police and law enforcement agencies in dealing with criminal activities, especially illegal mining. The observation by the Mineral Council of South Africa in an article on illegal mining says that, quote, illegal mining is on the rise in South Africa and presents challenges that need to be addressed from a range of perspectives. It takes place at abandoned mines and at operating mines with illegal miners, often operating under dangerous conditions, close quote. This observation highlights the challenge we face as a country as a result of illegal mining. Not only does illegal mining pose a security risk to illegal miners, who are commonly known as zamazamas, illegal mining also undermines the efforts of reviving our economy and the contribution of the mining industry to our GDP. The Mineral Council further state that illegal mining has a range of negative social and financial impact on the state, employees, companies, the mining sector, and the country because of loss of revenue, taxes, employment opportunities, capital expenditure, exports, foreign exchange, earnings, and procurement, amongst others. It also presents a serious risk to the sustainability of the industry and its ability to contribute to a meaningful future for all South Africans. In 2021, police found 20 bodies of alleged illegal miners who were operating in obsolete shafts in Orkney and Stilfontein. In the recent past, men who are suspected of engaging in illegal mining activities were arrested in Krugersdorp on allegations of raping women in the said area. These incidents have sent shockwaves to the South Africans and the rest of the world, more so that it adds to the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, which is a major concern and a pandemic as declared by the president in our country. In this regard, we applaud the work of the police and community in leading to the arrest of these perpetrators. We firmly believe that the law will take its course and send a strong message to wannabe illegal miners, no space in our country. The illegal mining activity is a complex one, and it involves different players and stakeholders. It has elements of crime syndicates, as observed by the Guardian newspaper. It is also linked to illegal migration, extortion, illegal weaponry, and the use of explosives. Its modus operandi is also complex, as it involves different players at different levels in the value chain. Last month in August, the Minister of Police released the crime statistics for the first quarter of 2022-23 financial year. In his statistics, the number of murders and commercial crimes has increased as compared to 2021. These statistics include some of the murders and commercial crimes committed linked to illegal mining activities. Illegal mining and crime in general militate against government initiatives to create a stable environment to encourage investment, economic growth, and job creation, and the overall betterment of our country. Our government has tabled the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, known as the ERRP, to revive the economy from the past period of stagnation that has been complicated by the COVID-19 pandemic and global lockdown. Amongst other things, the ERRP prioritizes employment-oriented strategic localization, re-industrialization, and export promotion. Localization, therefore, depends on the supply and provision of local content, to which the mining sector becomes critical. Section 4 of the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, the MPRDA, provides for the prohibition for any mining activities without reconnaissance permission, prospecting right, permission to remove mining right, mining permit, etc. It is in this context that the law enforcement agencies should act without fear or favor, and ensuring that individuals or groups of individuals involved in illegal mining are brought to book. We therefore call for an integrated approach in dealing with illegal mining activities in our country. As we have seen with the Krugersdorp incident, the coming together of police, Home Affairs, Metro Police, the community, have ensured that the perpetrators involved in illegal mining are arrested within a short space of time. In this regard, we applaud the important role played by the community in supporting the work of the police with the necessary information that has assisted in the investigations. Our concern, however, is with regard to the role of the mining industry in curbing illegal mining activities. We are raising this concern because some reports suggest that some mining companies are involved in illegal mining activities at different points of the value chain. Our argument is informed by the fact that some of the produce of the illegal mining activities will require exportation. And therefore, this suggests that some mining companies that operate legally may have a part to play in these syndicates. In conclusion, Chairperson, in our 54th National Conference of the ANC, it was mentioned that it is important to prioritize the well-being of near mine communities and mine safety and rehabilitation. With this being said, we urge the mining sector to operate mines within the provisions of the MPRDA to ensure the well-being of near mine communities. Mining forms a pivotal role in our economy and should be prioritized as such. Curbing illegal mining will allow us to focus on the betterment of the mining industry as a whole and its beneficence to the local community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Madokwe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Chairperson, the past few weeks have been dominated by the long overdue conversation on illegal mining in South Africa, how it is getting out of hand and how it seems like the relevant government departments, particularly the DMRE and the SAPS, have no concrete plans to address the issue. It is true that there is no easy solution to illegal mining, but it is also true that much should have been done to avoid finding ourselves where we are today. It is true that illegal mining has birthed violent criminal practices, has exacerbated environmental degradation, and many communities have been held at ransom. But it is also true that some of those who partake in it are desperate victims. As a country, we have witnessed some choreographed theatrics by government pretending to be doing work by using our people's frustration towards foreign nationals, giving stats after stats of X amount of illegal miners arrested and flaunting videos of Black African men branded as criminals loaded onto police vans. The reality is, Chairperson, if we are to have an honest conversation about the illegal mining in South Africa, and we are really honest about addressing it, then we ought to frame the conversation correctly and hold the relevant departments accountable. We ought to be discussing the government's failure to address illegal mining activities and the concomitant crimes it has perpetuated against our people in protection of profits and criminal syndicates. In 2014, Chairperson, the South African Human Rights Commission released a very important report on illegal mining activities in South Africa with very important recommendations which to date have not been implemented. One of the most important observations made by the Human Rights Commission was that, open quote, there is a poor understanding of the profile of the artisanal miner in South Africa. Not all of these individuals and groups are involved in, or if they are, began the activity with the intention of becoming involved in criminal syndicates. Not all host mining communities have the same views about artisanal mining activities. Not all are non-nationals, and neither are they all illegal immigrants. If such an observation was made 8 years ago, why does government insist on giving the same wrong profile of who an illegal miner is, and thus perpetuating stereotypes against Africans in particular? Some of the observations and recommendations made in the report include considering the links of illegal mining to wider aspects of informal and formal economy, building the profiles of samasamas, of illegal trading syndicates, and of corrupt SAPS and security officials. Exploring opportunities artisanal mining can offer marginalized people where created work, where no other forms of employment can exist. The existing legislation on artisanal mining is not enough as it has not been adequately processed. Undertaking further studies to trace the value chain that involves illegally mined precious materials, including the fact that zamazamas are sometimes approached to collude with illegal operations in order for the illegally mined products to be moved in South Africa's borders in a manner that enables tax evasion. Undertaking extensive research to trace whom the illegally mined precious metals are sold to and how are they moved within and outside the country. This includes assessing whether illegal minerals are going into the legal market and how. Another practice by mining companies that needs to be looked into is what is called warehousing. This practice is not only environmentally destructive, but it is also conducive for criminal activities associated with illegal mining. It has also been found that in some instances, mining companies would close their operations without following proper procedures and thereafter hire zamazamas to continue mining so that they continue making profits. In some cases, zamazamas would occupy these mines knowing very well there are no activities at the time and there will most likely be no consequences. We need to know which of the aforementioned recommendations were actually carried out and how. Why then does the government why does the discussions around illicit mining still center on the arrest of illegal mining when there are obviously more serious issues? Speaking on the reports provided to this Parliament Chair, the SIP has also presented a report on illegal mining. They correctly identified the criminal value chain, citing international syndicates, licensed companies, export companies, gangsters with illegal miners, mine workers, and security mine personnel at the bottom of the pier. The SIPS has also emphasized that the larger sharks need to be wiped out in order to combat illicit mining because illegal miners are small fish in the value chain. Despite this observation being made over 5 years ago, they continue to boast about catching the little fish. We hope to hear answers to the questions raised on numerous occasions about why the SAPS keeps going around in circles and why they have not pursued the major participants in illegal mining. It is even more shocking that it is easy to mention the nationalities of illegal miners, but hard to mention the countries where these international syndicates are based. It is the SAPS own admission that many of its members within its ranks are part of these activities. When do we then see these men in the docks alongside the blanket-clad men who have been made to believe are the main players in illegal mining? The reality is billions of rands which should have been directed to saving this country are being lost to international syndicates with the help of government officials, the SIPS, and through the exploitation and coercion of illegal immigrants, poverty-stricken community members, and desperate ex-mine workers. Illegal mining must be adequately addressed, and all involved, regardless of nationality and ranking, must be held accountable. In closing, the main concomitant crime worth mentioning in every platform, and that should be harshly punished, is the senseless murder of Black South African miners in Marikana in August 2012 by the current president
Honourable
of South
Member,
Africa.
your time is now expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Schlengwa.
Honorable House Chairperson, it was an error. It's Professor Sittim's.
Honourable Paulson, there's a member next to you that has drawn my attention. Can you please calm down so that I can hear what the member has to say?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Professor Msimang is supposed to be debating yet challenges earlier is on the virtual platform. Professor C.T. Msimang, thanks.
Honourable Msimang, are you on the platform? It seems to me the Honourable Professor Msimang is not connected. Will you do the necessary, Honourable Schlengwa? Thank you.
Honorable House Chairperson, good afternoon. The presence of minerals in our country has for many years made us victims of injustice. In the more recent years of our democracy, the illegal mineral mining industry and related trading has become a huge security threat for many, including those who take part in it. The operations of illegal mining activities do not happen in silos. These operations affect and expose societies to many other illicit activities which affect people, communities, and the environment. Such also attracts the attention of opportunists who take advantage of the lack of regulation around the mining activities and use that to manifest more legal activities and crimes such as human trafficking or kidnapping. Crimes such as these appear to be more common in areas where illegal mining activities take place, putting many innocent people within those communities at risk. Furthermore, illegal mining has proven to have negative effects on the development of children as they tend to become susceptible to the illicit trade, resulting in them dropping out of school, further compromising their futures. Incidents such as the one in Emalahleni, where illegal miners operated in the Tungela Resources Kwezela Colliery Chromdie site and triggered a toxic water spill that polluted the water of nearby communities will become more frequent if illegal mining is not proactively opposed and condemned by communities, business, and government officials. Illegal miners have shown themselves to pose a huge risk to the lives of others in societies. The country's attention and focus on the risk posed by the criminals involved in illegal activities, by the shocking rape of 8 women by illegal miners, also known as Amazamazamas. It has taken a horrific experience of 8 women to alert the entire country as to how problematic and threatening illicit mining activities are for communities and the country. As the IFP, we acknowledge that unemployment and poverty push people into making poor decisions in order to survive. However, outside the confines of regulation and the law limits the protection that one can receive and allows for a constant cycle of danger to exist around those that share their surroundings with illegal miners. We urge mine management and ownership to ensure that their sites are properly sealed off so as to be less vulnerable. It is the government's duty to ensure that it brings an end to the operations of illegal miners. Government must work swiftly to bring them to book and to restore the safety of communities that they operate in. The criminality that accompanies illegal mining is something that we cannot ignore and should be addressed with the urgency that it deserves. Ngamafuphi kubantu bakithi siyaphinde siyanxusa ukuthi asingazini izinto eziphambene nomthetho nezibeka engcupheni impilo zethu neimpilo zomphakathi. Nezehlo zokudlwengula abantu besifazane nezingane kuyichilo ekudinga ukuthi sonke sibambisane ukuthi laba abakwenzayo umthetho ubhekane nabo. Ngakho-ke asingazibekini engcupheni, asingabekini izwe lakithi engcupheni, senze zonke izinto ngokuhambisa ngomthetho. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Boshoff.
Voorsitter, of ons praat van Witbank of van Emalahleni, dit is die Hoëveldse dorp waar alles oor steenkool gaan. Tans woon daar meer as 60,000 mense, maar ekonomiese probleme veroorsaak ook daar werkloosheid en armoede. Al is daar nog steenkool en al word dit nog gemyn. Net buite die dorp is die uitspanmyn. Dit was 'n geruime tyd in onbruik met mense wat soms deur die versperrings gebreek het om steenkool vir huishoudelike gebruik te versamel. In die ekonomiese klimaat is dit verstaanbaar. Daar het ook woongebiede in die omgewing ontwikkel, met Jackaroo Park die naaste een. Solank 'n steenkoolmyn naby 'n woongebied nie ontgin word nie, pla dit nie juis nie. Maar oor die afgelope paar maande het dit verander. And now I shall proceed in English, because I really hope the minister is listening, and I really want to draw his attention to this situation. Residents observed that mining operations occurred in the Uitspan mine, not on a scale of small vans with big shovels and wheelbarrows, but well-equipped operations with coal removed in large trucks. In addition, sinkholes appeared in residential stands, and structures like houses started to crack. This is continuously happening. The Freedom Front's council in the area supplied me with photos and videos which depict serious damage to all kinds of structures. This councillor, Linda Foster, approached the municipality on the matter. There she was informed that there was no approval for mining in the area as it is too near a residential area. She was also informed that the municipality is concerned about roads in the area and about all infrastructure in general. According to local reports, inspectors of the Department of Mineral Resources visited the terrain and returned with the news that they could find no mining activities. However, if one looks at the satellite images on Google Maps, one observes a well-operated coal yard with huge piles of coal and roads to transport it. Councillor Foster visited the local offices of the department to discuss the issue with them. There she was humiliated and rudely instructed to leave, as she purportedly had no business there. I wrote a letter to a senior official whose email address was supplied to me by the Committee Secretary on 24 August. But to date, not even an acknowledgement of receipt was sent back to me. The ward committee, according to a member who reported to Councillor Forster, met with the ward councillor. According to this report, the ward councillor was satisfied that these mining activities at least provided some jobs. In the meantime, blasting work was done yesterday. Houses were damaged with tiles and even kitchen cupboards falling from walls and the contents of cupboards landing on the floor. Councillor Forster later complained with the SAPD in Witbank today. I trust that the Minister will personally take cognizance of this problem and intervene before we can write off a whole residential area. The Department of Human Settlement is already not performing very well. Yet again, our carefully formulated laws apply to those who choose to abide by. Those who don't, well, it seems they are just lucky. Benjamin Franklin said, one can only be sure of two things, death and taxes. It seems that illegal mining operators need to be sure of only one. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Thring.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP notes that according to the Institute of Security Studies, and I quote, it is estimated that approximately 30,000 illegal miners produced 14 billion rands worth of gold per annum. That's besides the other precious minerals. These raw products are usually sold to the UAE, there we're mentioning the names of the countries, and Switzerland. This therefore makes illegal mining a big profit-making business. The rape of 8 women at a mine dump in West Village, Krugersdorp this July, and the subsequent arrest of some 65 illegal miners or zamazamas for charges on rape, possession of explosives and unlicensed firearms, as well as for contravening the Immigration Act, brought to the fore the stark reality and the hideous dark side of illegal mining in South Africa. The ACDP commends SAPS for their recent raids on illegal mining operations in Benoni, Kuruleni, where more than 30 suspected illegal miners were arrested. However, for the rape victims and the many other South Africans who live in the vicinity of illegal mining, it is a show of force a little too late. South Africa is a country with many excellence. We have an excellent constitution, excellent policies, excellent finance and supply management acts, excellent border controls and immigration and mining laws. Our problem lies in the implementation of these excellent laws and policies. Excellent on paper, a failure at implementation. As the ACDP, we believe that illegal mining in South Africa is incentivized by our porous border posts, making it easy for criminals and illegal mining syndicates to move in and out of the country as they please. The African Mirror recently reported that illegal and unregulated mining in the Witwatersrand Basin is an increasing threat to community, industrial, and state security. Turf wars between rival gangs or shootouts between illegal miners and security officers are commonplace. In October 2021, approximately 300 illegal miners attacked and shot at police and security officers when they tried to prevent them delivering food parcels to illegal underground miners. In June 2022, 150 illegal miners stormed gold miner Sibanya Stillwater mothballed cook shaft near Randfontein in an attempt to gain control. It is time to take back control of our hijacked mines, for a failure to do so will lead to increased crime, chaos, and anarchy, while billions of foreign currency and tax revenue is lost to lucrative illicit business. If insufficient action is taken, it will prove the rumor to be true, that there are those in our crime-fighting units and who are politically connected that are complicit by their silence and inaction. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. The crisis of illegal mining has been happening in South Africa for a long time, and its occurrence is due to an apparent failure by authorities to clamp down on illegal mining. Our government saw the increasing trend of artisanal miners for a long time, but there were no extensive measures put in place to inhibit such operations. There are many reported incidents as consequences of illegal mining. For instance, in 2009, more than 80 illegal miners died at Harmony Gold Mine following an underground fire. In 2012, 20 men were buried alive after a rockfall in a closed gold mine in Gauteng. These are just a few incidents that exposed an ignored crisis. And however, both the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, as well as SAPS, did not prioritize finding a long-term solution to eradicate illegal mining activities. The problem is, if you make mining difficult in South Africa, then you are going to create a thriving industry for illegal mining. We should make it easy for people to mine minerals in South Africa. The serious impact, the negative impacts of illegal mining in South Africa, or in any country for that matter, are well documented. It causes economic losses, which include losses of tax revenue and loss of income for legal miners, as well as the fiscus, as the legal miners in effect compete with legal mining operations in the country. And illegal mining imposes irreparable harm to the environment and the ecology, high level of crime due to factional fighting between the various gangs, and the fight against illegal miners. There are reports, Honorable Chairperson, that illegal mining is supported by some who hold influential positions, both among the law enforcement agencies and political offices, because for them, this is a lucrative business. However, the challenges of migration or immigration in Africa as a whole are matters in our view that should be tackled and discussed at continental and regional level. In other words, at AU level and SADC level. We make this point mindful of the fact that the African Union migration policy framework for Africa should actually be a point for discussion around which we find solutions to some of the challenges of illegal migration and those that affect South Africa in particular. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chairperson. The biggest problem we face in the governance of our country is that the government waits for tragedy to happen before fixing a problem. The government waits for protests, gang rapes, and loss of life before doing what is right. The people have been raising the issue about illegal mining for years and nothing has been done. Similarly, people have been raising the issues about illegal immigration and still nothing is done. The spotlight has been on Krugerstop recently, but what about the other communities terrorized by illegal miners? Illegal mining is facilitated by politicians, mining companies, and government officials. Up until the government deals with the syndicates that facilitate illegal mining, illegal miners will always be there and innocent communities will be terrorized. The Minerals and Energy Department must go after the syndicates that enable and drive illegal mining. The ministers, politicians, police, mine companies who are involved in illegal mining must be exposed and face the full might of the law. The reality is majority of illegal miners are not South African. The guns seized are not registered in South Africa, and the explosive used in illegal mining are smuggled from neighboring countries. Therefore, illegal mining and other crimes are enabled by porous borders and the poor management of immigration in South Africa. Illegal mining, gun, drug, and human trafficking, cash in transit heists are to a large extent a result of illegal immigration and the failures of government to manage immigration. The government must be a caring government and listen to the cries of the people and deal with the immigration crisis. The government must have empathy for the people of South Africa and not ignore their suffering and be overly concerned about the suffering of other countries. The government must declare illegal immigration a crisis and take the necessary steps to correct the problem. The SNDF, Amaberete, special police task teams must be deployed to hotspots and communities troubled by illegal mining, illegal immigration, drug and human trafficking. All criminals must be flushed out from our communities. South Africa can't be a preferred destination for criminals. People can't leave their countries and come to South Africa and violate our immigration laws, sell drugs, issue fake citizenship documents, poison our people with fake goods, be bogus doctors, force young women into prostitution, traffic women and children, illegally mine, hijack cars and buildings, commit cash in transit heists. Lord Damtiriri of being a lawless country must come to an end. Criminals must be made uncomfortable regardless of the laws they break. Only through enforcement of law and order, South Africa can be fixed. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, mining companies that fail to comply with their obligations to clean up their mess and rehabilitate the land, a state functionally incapable of holding mining companies to account, an economy incapable of generating the numbers of jobs needed to put food on tables. These ingredients have converged to create a thriving, well-organized illegal mining industry in South Africa with devastating economic, social, and environmental impacts. Mining has long been the cornerstone of the South African economy, with massive profits to be made on the back of exploited and oppressed labor. While the formal industry's contribution to GDP has waned, it remains a critical component of the economy today. With raw materials being depleted over the decades in a society marred by unsustainable inequality, it is imperative that we protect our remaining assets and ensure that when they are exploited, the benefits accrue to law-abiding citizens rather than the criminals engaged in criminal syndicates. The vicious, heartless attack by illegal miners on young women conducting a film shoot in Krugersdorp in July focused national attention on the brutality of life and disregard for the law in the illegal mining badlands. But too little is said about illegal mining's ecological and environmental impacts. Mining generally comes with profound environmental effects. Leaving them to fix the mistakes we make today and tomorrow will place massive burdens on our children and grandchildren. We have the instruments in place to assist us, but we don't administer them effectively. Some legal mines are able to evade environmental risk assessments, which can force them to mitigate some of their worst impacts. It is a mine's contractual duty to set aside funds for the refilling of landfills, replanting trees, and attempting to leave the environment the way they found it. The problem is the state's systems are unable to hold them to account. Mines go out of business, leaving things wide open for further exploitation by the illegal miners hanging in the wings. The biggest loser is the environment. It should not be government's duty to pick up the pieces, but because of ineptitude, it is ultimately, they must ultimately bear the responsibility. We must enforce stricter regulations and greater financial penalties for mines that fail to meet the environmental code. Mine owners must be forced to make good on their obligations before they escape with the money to Dubai or Switzerland. Illegal miners, of course, don't subscribe to any codes or regulations, and they must be policed. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Now I recognize Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chairperson. We've got a problem with the power here since last night, so I hope I'm not going to have any problem, but thank you for giving me the opportunity. Chairperson, I'm not sure why a lot of the focus of attention appears to be particularly on foreign nationals. An oversight visit by the Police Portfolio Committee together with the Committee on Energy and Mining found that, you know, there was a lot of collusion between local residents and foreign nationals. We were also given a briefing by the South African Police Service and members of the community who appear to be held hostage. But what is very important to note, Chairperson, that this illegal mining that is taking place there, they are very influential people behind this. And we've heard even from mining experts that were there of some of the expensive vehicles and things that are often seen in the area. And certainly, I think these illegal miners that we find there are just being used by these big influential people. So it's big business. And I think it's very unfortunate, Chairperson, that to date, we are not able to establish or identify who the real culprits that are behind this illegal mining. Not a single arrest as to who the big guns are. And I think that's the first problem we are sitting with. The other second problem we've identified was many of the foreign nationals, particularly from Lesotho, believe that there is some level of entitlement that they have to mining in the area, and this goes to long before the days of apartheid. But very importantly, I want to draw attention to the fact that when we spoke to residents in that particular area, it's like a no-go area. They told us that at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they have to all go indoors and they cannot come out till the next morning after 6 o'clock.
Honorable member, you have muted.
After they've taken the cream of the crop away, they have done very little or nothing, even though it was part of the agreement to rehabilitate these mines, Chairperson. So I think we need a more holistic approach if we want to solve this problem. But very importantly, we must also not forget I think there is also, to some extent, something that we are forgetting, that, you know, mining companies have come into, particularly international companies, came into this country, took away the bread and butter in terms of our minerals here. And yet when locals want to mine, and I think we need to create a conducive environment for small-scale miners.
No, honorable member, his connectivity challenge, he did indicate that there's an electricity problem in the village. Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Now we shall proceed. I recognize Honorable Likwasa.
Honorable House Chair, members of Parliament, fellow South Africans, ke a le dumedisa. The traditional international law requirements of independent statehood are hardly open to question. These requirements are: the entity involved must have territory, there must be a population, and there must be a stable and independent government to which the bulk of the population renders habitual obedience. A fourth requirement is something that the state must have: the capacity to partake in international intercourse. The principle of territorial integrity is the principle under the international law which gives the right to sovereign states to defend their borders and all territory in another state. The qualitative expression of the connection between state and territory together constitute what is called territorial sovereignty. As we debate on the matter of public national importance, the persistent illegal mining activities and concomitant crimes, one may ask about the relevance of the principle of territorial integrity. Mudula Stilo, in addressing the issue of illegal mining, it is imperative that we take into consideration the critical issue of border management and control. A few weeks ago, we woke up to the horrendous news of the rape in 8 women in Krugersdorp while they were shooting a music video against the backdrop of an unused mine. The illegal mining activities by, amongst others, undocumented and illegal immigrants became more apparent. The challenge of our porous borders, the people entering the country without necessary documentation, had raised questions regarding our territorial integrity. Illegal mining has reached crisis proportions and threatens legal mining operations. Chairperson, to a significant extent, national security depends on an effective management of immigration. This begins with ensuring that foreigners visiting and staying in South Africa are properly documented in terms of their identity, conditions of stay, and purpose of their visit and residence. It is also important to know where they are staying. The Department of Home Affairs is an important component of national security, as it is mandated to regulate and facilitate immigration, and its custodian of identity of the nationals and foreigners living in South Africa. The Department of Home Affairs best tasks, which include being an efficient and secure custodian of citizenship and civil registration, securely and strategically managing international migration, efficiently managing asylum seekers and refugees, and lastly, efficiently determining the safeguarding of official identity and status of persons. In carrying out its mandate and in dealing with challenges of illegal migration, the Department of Home Affairs has ongoing operations with various sisters departments. Amongst others, these interventions include Operation Okaemolao, which is an ongoing joint operation between Home Affairs subs and Metropolis in Tshwane and Johannesburg Metro. During the period from the 1st of April to the 11th of August this year, 1,476 foreign nationals were found to be illegal in the country, and deportation processes were followed. The top 4 nationalities were Zimbabweans, Malawians, Basotho, and Mozambicans. The inspectorate conducted operations at the following mines: Primrose, Western Area, Wedela, Merafong, and Mohali City. The Department of Home Affairs Inspectorate controlled out of Operation Siyasebenta, which is a national initiative to tackle the challenge of employers who employ illegal foreigners without the country. During the period 1st of April to the 11th of August 2022, 215 illegal foreign nationals employed were found to be illegal in the country, and deportation processes were followed. There were 45 employers that were charged in terms of Immigration Act. The top 4 nationalities were again Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Lesotho, and Malawi. Following the tragic incident which took place in Krugersdorp, the Department of Home Affairs has been participating in multidisciplinary operations in West Rand area to identify persons engaged in these zamazamas. The operation and inspections are aimed at combating illegal migration and contributing to national stability. The teams are also focusing on other acts of illegal migration in areas that are saturated by zamazamas. The mandate of the inspectorate is to enforce and ensure compliances within the confines of South African legislation. A multidisciplinary integrated operation to get zamazamas commenced on the 29th of July 2022, and it will run until the 11th of September this year. The stakeholders comprise of the following key departments: DHA, SAPS, DEL, DMRE, and Mohali Municipality Traffic Department. Government has undertaken a program of engaging communities affected by zamazamas, as well as embarking on law enforcement. Since the 29th of July this year, and since law enforcement have conducted operations in the West Rand area, the arrests conducted in Krugersdorp for alleged illegal mining and other crimes have included the added of charges under Immigration Act of 2002. The operation have included Immigration Inspectorate officials. Number of arrests in this area between the 29th of July and the 3rd of August this year were 78. Between the 6th and the 7th of August 2022, 61 people were arrested, and on the 9th of August, 50 people were arrested. Chairperson, in the spirit of cooperation in order to deal with the challenge of illegal migration, South Africa has engaged stakeholders from the affected countries. In August 2022, the DG and acting DDG from the Department of Home Affairs met the Permanent Secretary of Home Affairs in Lesotho to discuss the illegal mining and areas of cooperation, including deportation. In the same month, there were engagement with the Botswana Immigration Border Technical Team. A meeting between South Africa and Zimbabwe was also held. The meeting was a midterm review of SA-ZIM by National Commission. The meeting discussed the issues of Zimbabwean exemption permit termination, conveyors transporting illegal immigrants from other countries without document, and illegal mining. It was brought to the attention of the Minister of Home Affairs that there were Zimbabwean cross-border permit holders that ferried undocumented migrants across the border at Beitbridge port of entry. Because of this unlawful conduct, the DG imposed a fine for contravention of the Act. The Minister of Transport has been requested to advise on actions, including the review of cross-border road transport agreement with the Zimbabwean government, as well as immediate steps that would ensure the safe and orderly passage of travelers through the port of entry. It was reported that the IMS Inspectorate will initiate the prosecution's terms in terms of Section 49.2 of the Immigration Act against the implicated transport companies. Chairperson, the ANC government took a decision to establish a border management authority to take responsibility of all functions related to the management of our borders in an integrated manner. The authority will be responsible for border law enforcement functions at ports of entries and all border lines. The BMA will ensure a more efficient processing of goods at the country's port of entry. It will strengthen our capacity to address border threats that could undermine the country's security and social economic development. The BMA represents a comprehensive approach to border management by South Africa. The establishment of this authority is intended to improve efficiencies in facilitating and the facilitation of trade between South African and the rest of the African continent and the world. Further, the establishment of BMA seeks to ensure the integration of various functions, such as immigration, port health, agriculture, access control, which are currently implemented by individual departments in a fragmented manner. Therefore, BMA establishment seeks to improve the efficiencies in regard by integrating all those functions into a single command and control. Chairperson, as the country deals with this challenge of illegal migration, I wish to echo the words of the only president of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, wherein he reminded South Africans that the country is a democracy found on the rule of the law. Acts of lawlessness, intimidation, or humiliation directed at foreign nationals, documented or undocumented, cannot be tolerated. Likewise, foreign nationals who enter the country must know that South Africa is a sovereign founded on the rule of law. We reiterate that everyone who comes into the country lawfully is welcomed. They must always bear in mind that they are a subject to the laws of this country, like all of us. We hold the view that migration is managed properly and occurs within the legal framework. Foreign nationals can contribute positively to our society, bringing skills and resources to our economy and creating jobs for South Africans. We reiterate the call for everyone to work together to ensure that all laws are enforced by the relevant authority firmly and consistently. With the African Continent Free Trade Agreement, and as we integrate in terms of the trade, we appreciate that movement of people is inevitable. South Africa is sovereign, and we believe that it must be respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I recognize member AIC.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I leave my video off? I'm struggling with connectivity here.
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chair, it is befitting that we started this discussion in a positive light. The joint initiative by the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy, the Portfolio Committee on SAPS and Home Affairs must be welcomed in stemming out illegal mining activities. The interconnection between illegal immigration and illegal mining and the related criminal activities marshaled these critical role players into action in the quest to circumvent illegal mining operations. Honorable members, we are concerned that illegal mining activities are reported both in the old non-rehabilitated mines and those still in operation. This is sufficient enough to conclude that these operations are syndicated and run by well-oiled mining magnates. These criminal activities, which often lead to the loss of life, cannot be tolerated any longer. It is in this regard that we believe that every department that has a role to play to curb these violent actions must be roped in. Honorable Chair, from a safety and security point of view, we cannot allow our country to be held hostage by criminal syndicates whose sole purpose is to render the law-abiding citizens of this country to live in fear. Finding solutions such as allowing small-scale mining, which must be properly regulated, especially in the 600 dormant mines across Gauteng, must be our biggest priority. We must also equip the police service with intelligence crime prevention support tools to detect illegal mining operations. Through collective will, we believe this battle can be defeated. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize Honorable Cope, Member Cope. Thank you, thank you, honorable members. We shall proceed. I now recognize Honorable Nyonso.
House Chair, allow me to deal with the root cause of illegal mining activities and at the same time hasten to warn on the liberal use of the term concomitant crime in this debate as that of an unfortunate choice of words. Illegal mining activity is a semi-permanent feature of South African economy aimed at the international commodities market. Deregulated mining is itself a way to exploit the natural resources of our land, to enrich the outsiders who are based in the capital centers of one-sided global economy. Hence, the ruling elite should correct itself from being abused like this by foreign capital. The history of mining in South Africa is historical, and the industry is run by exploiters who benefit from the exploitation of peasants who are mine workers, many of which die slowly from liver cirrhosis and tuberculosis, leaving them hopeless to retire poor and dispose of their remuneration as a result of exploitation. Many are also widows as a result of the mining industry. Our resources are concentrated in the hands of the minority. The PAC calls for the state and the governing party to look into the crisis of Zamazama. The sites that we now call mine dumps are dangerous, as such have had dire impacts in communities surrounding them. A case relevant we saw in July how 8 young women were raped. South Africa is already a rape capital. We further have seen how the illegal miners who get stuck underground and die while digging for crumbs of our resources. This is too much, as in the words of Mr. Matunda of AMKU, that the life of a black man is cheap. Not to run away from the environmental effects it has, from the air people breathe, to the water they drink due to toxins produced by the dams, all for capitalist interests. The PAC says the regulated mining environment should include all mines and those that are not in use. The safety of the environment and the people should surpass the interests of capitalists, and the struggle for regulated mines is not new in South Africa. The recent horrible crimes by the gang warfare of rival Zamazama must be investigated by a special police force in South African police and should not be divorced from the labor migration. However, the SAPS is itself questionable and cannot be trusted as it stands because of their history of collusion with international criminal syndicates. The PAC says start with the root cause of the criminal activities and end with uprooting illegal mining activity. The PAC says liberated Azania should be a land of life abundant, where Azanians benefit from the resources of their motherland. The solution to all the surrounding the mining industry, which is in private hands, is nationalization. Azania is this country, and Azania deserves better.
Well said.
Honorable members, now I recognize Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I was looking forward to the governing party and other political parties to finger those people really involved in illegal mining. Honorable Chair Al-Jamaa and the nation was sadly let down. I did not hear names such as Glencore, BHP, Rio Tinto, Anglo-American, China, Sengus Energy, Yanzhou Coal Mining, Esvale SA, Aluminium Corporation of China. We didn't hear those names. Did I ever hear support for informal mining? We need a strong informal mining sector so that we can get ready and nationalize the illegal mining companies I mentioned above earlier. We hope that as political parties renew, the new cadres will emerge and will strengthen the informal mining sector. One swoop of our beloved army and defense force can result in entrenching our informal mining sector. Will the governing party be brave to give the command? Will our commander-in-chief give the order? Natural resources form the backbone of a country's economy. And if we use wisely, the country will flourish economically and alleviate poverty. But should the country fail to efficiently look after its people, especially the poor, we will face challenges of people determined to find ways to earn a living. If people are denied the fruits of the country's natural resources, they will embark on desperate measures and see earnings from mining without required permits as a right. From a human perspective, there is no such thing as illegal mining. Citizens must benefit from the country's resources. We see the capitalists and foreign capitalists enriching themselves on our natural resources. The illegal mining are perpetrated by these foreign capitalists who make use and exploit labor from neighboring countries. We have been bored by speaker after speaker crying over crumbs. This House deserves a more quality debate. Fingering zama-zamas, whoever they are, can be nothing but anti-revolutionary. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize Honorable Hendrik.
House Chairperson, this is not a new problem. It has been well documented that the issue of illegal mining and the risk it poses to communities had been discussed in Cabinet as early as 2009. Promises of stern and immediate action was made, followed by numerous commitments by a multitude of ministers in this House. And yet here we are, debating the issue in this House today, proposed by a member of the majority party. The same party that made all these promises of stern and immediate action for the last 13 years. It is a travesty. The inward focus and perpetual internal battles for the sake of self-preservation made them oblivious to the needs, the plight, and the sentiment of local communities. The community of West Village in Mogale City had to bear the brunt and hardship and suffering imposed by zama-zamas for many years. These criminals are law unto themselves. They do as they please with impunity. To make matters worse, SAPs are very reluctant to respond to complaints from the community where zama-zamas are involved. Not because SAPs are cowards, it's because they are woefully under-resourced. A station commander can't send his men into a situation knowing that they are outgunned and outmanned. This left communities living in fear, having to fend for themselves for years. This was Tsepiso Moribe, killed in crossfire by zama-zamas. That is the price communities have to pay. Since the DA-led coalition in Mogale City came to power in November, under the direction of the DA Mayor, Tyrone Gray, the following happened. A petition to Parliament with 10,000 signatures to request immediate intervention. The use of Mogale City's TLBs to close holes dug by zama-zamas. The destruction of 150 pendukas and Jacob stables. Confiscated equipment and generators. Assistant.
Honorable Member, take your seat on the podium. Take your seat. Honorable Kwahube.
House Chair, with due respect to the other members on the House, they're drowning out the speaker. He's talking about somebody who has been killed. They could show a little bit of respect.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Heckling. You may proceed, Honorable Member. Just ensure, Honorable Members, you don't drown the speaker.
They disrupted 5 localities of illicit mining operations. established a committee that co-opted members of the community and private security using the whole of society approach, where the community forms part of the solution. This is what a caring government does. The fact that young women had to be raped to get attention, to draw attention to this problem because of a public outcry is indicative of how much this government cares for communities. The persistent incompetence defies comprehension.
Honorable members, we shall proceed. Now I recognize the Honorable, the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. The Minister.
Molo Mila. Molo Mila. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy Speaker, chairs of the House, ministers and deputy ministers present here today, honorable members. I wish I had the ability that is displayed by the DA of celebrating a crisis and a disaster, and see that every disaster is an opportunity to take cadre deployment. And therefore, try to convince us in that situation to believe that it was better where we come from. And therefore, ask us to celebrate our oppression. I think that is a strange phenomenon of this debate. I think we're not going to celebrate our oppression. We're therefore going to opt for providing information that we need for a discussion that is important here. My first thing to talk about is to emphasize that illegal mining is not a mining activity, it's a criminal activity. Now, any criminal activity, if you say ANC or DMR or this department is responsible for it, therefore you have no sense what criminality is. This criminal activity is in contravention of our laws and forms part of many other economic related crimes that are afflicting our society. Included in these crimes would be copper cable theft through a wonderful vandalization of electricity infrastructure at the national and local level. This also extends to electricity infrastructure of mining companies and that are of state-owned companies to assist evacuating minerals. The 17 illegal miners who died in Glacier underground, they were illegal miners, all 17 non-South Africans were actually in this activity of cable theft. Now, people must begin to appreciate that when every minister was in Durban for the disaster of water, I was in Klerksdorp, where 100 mine workers were underground, closed, a mine closed on them. And 5 of them died, 95 were rescued, all of them, 9 South Africans. Now, I'm emphasizing this thing of them non-South Africans to demystify this thing of saying illegal mining is a function of poverty and a function of hunger. It's a function of criminality. Now, illegal mining is associated with very serious crimes such as illicit financial flows, high levels of violence, including gender-based violence and femicide. Furthermore, we've witnessed human trafficking, smuggling of weapons and explosives linked to this crime. What we saw in Krugersdorp follows a series of similar activities. Unfortunately, this house didn't have massive debates on a series of these activities. Whether you go to Velcom, you find them. You go to Klerksdorp, you find them. You go to Carltonville, you find them. You go to Witbank, you find them. You go to the Witwatersrand, and you find them. And this house must pay attention to all these activities because they are criminal. Historically, illegal mining was associated with derelict and ownerless mines, which are many because, and derelict and ownerless mines are alongside licensed and operational mines. That is where the complication is now. And it is estimated that South African economy and mining sector lost approximately 49 billion rand in 2019. That was the report that was given by the United Nations in researching this area of work to illegal mining. It is further estimated that mining companies spend 2 billion in security trying to prevent this illegal activity. So we must build all those together to have a comprehensive discussion on this matter. Honorable members, we must always resist the temptation of equating illegal mining to artisanal mining and small-scale mining. It's not the same. It's not the same. Artisanal mining is a formalized economic activity, usually undertaken by citizens and documented inhabitants in a country. Now, I must be clear that once an individual illegal enters our country and engages in illegal economic activity, such an individual cannot be sanitized through being issued with a small-scale mining license. We can't do it. Now, let us disabuse ourselves of that notion. Illegal miners are foot soldiers of criminal syndicates and must be dealt with like any other economic saboteur. That's what it is. Now, this is a war on our economy. It is becoming clear that illegal mining is run by syndicates with different linkages of legal migration. Recent arrests in South African police showed that those apprehended are majority undocumented illegal immigrants. If unchecked, illegal mining could be an existential threat to the sector. Let me talk briefly about rehabilitation of mines, because that is another issue that is thrown around on this matter. There are two sets of mines. There are derelict and ownerless mines. That means because we've been mining for more than 100 years, there are many mines that have been left, there are many holes that are left open, and that is the responsibility of the state to deal with. But when a mine is operational, it makes provision for money for rehabilitation. In open cast like coal mining, they do concurrent rehabilitation as they mine. That is what we're saying. And therefore, when people talk, I normally hear them in the social media as well, 50 billion rand for rehabilitation. And I can share with you that I invited one of the people who were saying this 50 billion. They said, can you just point us where is this 50 billion? We want it because as a department, we receive 140 million rand per annum in the budget for rehabilitation. We don't get 50 billion, we get 140 million rand for rehabilitation. Now, and with that money, we are attending to derelict and ownerless mines, including asbestos mines that pose a threat to the health of citizens in the country. That's what we do. And with this allocation, we can rehabilitate at least 3 mines fully and seal off 40 shafts per year. That's what we're doing on the average. 3 mines, total rehabilitated, particularly asbestos mines, and seal 40 holes per year. Now, and the department has prioritized rehabilitation of former asbestos mines because of health hazards, asbestos causing lung ailments, with a total of 270 derelict and ownerless asbestos mines. MINDEC has, through the implementation of the Territorial and Ownerless Mine Rehabilitation Program, sealed 135 holdings in the eastern, central, and western basin in Gauteng over the last 3 years. That's why one speaker was speaking here referred to the crisis in the East Rand, which is no longer a crisis because many of those holes have been sealed. And therefore that has migrated to other parts of Gauteng. And that is what we're monitoring. We must appreciate that it would take a long time to complete rehabilitation of all these mines at this rate. There are mines under care and maintenance which cannot be quantified as they are a moving target. Holders of these mining rights are compelled by law to submit financial provision for rehabilitation and using either trust or fund or financial guarantees or cash. Now, what action have we taken? It is our considered view that illegal mining is a criminal activity which must be dealt with prescripts of law. Hence, we have been engaging with the Ministry of Police to establish a specialized police unit to deal with this criminal activity. In principle, we are in agreement. We're beginning to see reaction of the Ministry of Police where they send specialized units to attend to a number of areas. And what we're discussing is that there must be an established, consistent unit that deals with this matter. We are in agreement with Minister Kele. I've heard many people shouting at him. We're in agreement with Minister Kele on this particular matter. And we're working closely to design these specialized units. I can confirm that there are now alignment between our department, how this unit should look and operate. The Minister of Police will, at an appropriate time, make the necessary announcement regarding the establishment of this unit. However, I can safely say that to this August that the unit is expected to be a multidisciplinary unit. Let me leave that and go to artisanal and small-scale mining. We have been talking about artisanal mining. We listened, we're acting on it. Recognizing the need to exploit these minerals and ensure that they don't get sterilized. The department has in March this year finalized and published a policy of artisanal and small-scale mining. Somebody gave us a feedback, not formally here, that is not sufficient, but that policy is now in place. We must use it optimally to the best of its ability and our ability. The policy is aimed at formalizing artisanal and small-scale mining and enable economic activity primarily for citizens. It caters for legal documented individuals as well. In the last 3 years, MINDEC has trained 630 miners to operate as artisanal miners in 4 provinces. The number is small, 630 is not a huge number, but 630 artisanal miners have been trained by MINDEC in 4 provinces, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and the Northwest. The program is unfolding. We are currently training 200 women in the same skill. So that means the program is underway. We want to see them getting licenses and beginning to work. Our support for artisanal small-scale mining must not be misconstrued as support for illegal mining. It is actually aimed at cutting out illegal mining. We support mining as long as it is done in the prescription of our law. Therefore, artisanal mining programs will continue to enjoy our full support as DMRE as part of broadening participation in mining, including crucial participation of women. Some will remember who are old enough like me that actually women were not allowed to work in a mine. They will not remember that. I remember it because we had to start a campaign to increase the uptake of women in the mines to at least 10%. That's what we said in 1987. Before that, mines were not allowed. So people, when they assess progress, they must always base it on the historical facts. Now, Honorable members, allow me to remind you that illegal mining is a threat to national security, government authority, socio-economic development. Hence, government has opted for a multifaceted approach in dealing with the scourge to defend the integrity and sovereignty of our state. Let me reassure you, honorable members, that this government remains committed to ensuring that illegal mining in our country is ultimately eliminated. We are committed to that. To do this, we must arrest, prosecute, convict both flies, that is the illegal miners, and tigers, that is the leaders of syndicates. Okay. Now let us work together in confronting this crime and stop apportioning blame. The Trade Freedom Front, the Trade Front Plus councillor who was reporting that a councillor was told there's no business to be there. I can assure you, if you can give us that report, we'll follow it through, because that councillor has everything to be involved in trying to find a solution. You can't have anybody who said is not allowed to be part of finding a solution. So that councillor, please give us that report. We'll follow it through and take action on that particular. So all of us have a responsibility and a duty to participate in finding a solution to this. It's a crime. It's difficult. It's confronting the country. It's among many crimes. I'm not celebrating disasters. I'm not celebrating crisis. I prefer being dirty, dealing with the crisis. Honorable Mela, okay. I'm not missing in action. I never do that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
History doesn't confirm your view.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes the debate. The secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Communications on recommendation of candidates to fill 2 vacancies on Media Development and Diversity Agency, MDDA board.
I now recognize Honorable Maneli to introduce the report. Honorable Maneli.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair, honorable members, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, committee support staff, fellow South Africans. The Portfolio Committee on Communications, the committee having received a referral from the Speaker of the National Assembly in line with the request from the Minister for the filling of 2 vacancies for the MDDA board in line with the MDDA Act of 2002, as well as in line with the provisions of Rule 151 and 172 of the National Assembly rules. Then the committee appointed a subcommittee proportional to representation of parties in the National Assembly to shortlist, interview, and deliberate on candidates to be recommended to the committee. The committee received a report from the subcommittee, which reflected consensus decisions reached by the subcommittee. On the 15th of March, 2022, unanimously, the committee agreed to adopt a detailed report, which has been circulated to honorable members of this House. And the committee, taking into account the board, the existing members, the skills needed, demographics, the task at hand, and performance of candidates in the interviews, recommended the following candidates to be considered for appointment in line with applicable legislative prescripts as follows. 1, Ms. Martina de la Tocna, Ms. Carol Mushala. Honorable House Chair, the committee then presented this report to this august House for debate and consideration of the names, which report was adopted by the House as we speak currently, the two recommended board members have already been appointed and serving their task in the board. The report is therefore before this House again on a technical matter in terms of the tabling by the NA table and interaction with the committee support. Necessarily does not change the recommendations that were made of recommending the two to be appointed as already stated. So it's just a technical matter that needs to be dealt with where a report reflected 4 years instead of the 3 years. And therefore I present this report to be adopted by the House as an update to the report that was already adopted by the House to effect the technical changes that need to be made, that of effecting a 3-year term instead of the 4-year term as submitted by NA table. House Chair, also note that this may have been as a result of 3 reports that were presented to the House at the same time on the 24th, which captured all vacancies in terms of SAPC, ICASA, and the MDDA. I present this for consideration of the House. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House, in terms of Rule 120, subsection 2B, which provides inter alia that the House may amend or rescind its previous resolution, adopts this report, which replaces a report on the same matter it adopted on the 24th of March 2022. Dumela hore le kgutswa le le maotumane, le qhotswa le jongile.
I agree that sometimes we make mistakes that we are not aware of.
The translator, Honorable Masabata.
I record it did not record. Move off.
Yes, we need to repeat yourself.
Okay.
Latter part.
I move that the House, in terms of Rule 120, subsection 2B, which provides inter alia that the House may amend or rescind its previous resolution, adopts this report, which replaces a report on the same matter which was adopted by this House on the 22nd of March 2022. Ke dumela hore le kgutswa le le maotumane, le qhotswa le jongile. I so move.
The motion is that the report be adopted by the House. Any objections? Nil. I will request the Secretary to read the third order of the day.
Consideration of traditional courts bill and report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services thereon.
I now recognize the Honorable Makwanisha to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members. The Traditional Courts Bill was introduced in 2017 and passed by this House on the 12th of March 2019. The bill was then referred to the National Council of Provinces, where it lapsed at the end of the 5th Parliament, but was revived soon after the 6th Parliament began. The bill containing amendments was passed by the Council on the 2nd of December 2020 and was returned to this House for concurrence. The bill was referred to the Committee for Consideration and Report on the 2nd of December 2020. The committee was advised that in terms of the National Assembly Rule 311 subsection 2, it may not propose further amendments to the bill. Briefly, the council's amendment includes amending the definition of traditional leader by replacing the explicit reference to the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act with the word in terms of the applicable legislation providing for such recognition. Amending clause 6 concerning the nature of traditional courts by recognizing additional levels of leadership found in other legislation. Amending clause 16 so that the minister must compile a code of conduct for all persons who have a role in terms of customary law for the effective functioning of traditional courts after consultation, not in consultation with the minister responsible for traditional affairs. Amending clause 16 further so that any breach of the code may be reported to and remedial steps imposed by the relevant MSC instead of the relevant Provincial House of Traditional Leaders. This is meant to prevent the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders from being the judge in its own court. Amending clause 18 by inserting a sub-clause that repeals section 12 and section 20 of the Black Administration Act of 1927. Having considered the Traditional Courts Bill,
No, Mehdi?
having considered the Traditional Courts Bill B1D of 2017, passed by the National Council of Provinces and returned to the National Assembly for concurrence, the committee reports that it is in agreement with the Council's amendments to the bill. I so move. Thank you very much.
As there are no list of speakers, I now recognize the chief whip of the majority party.
Ndibulele kuwe sihlalo wendlu ndiphakamisa into yoba le ngxelo ibekwa ngusihlalo wale komiti yamkelwe yile ndlu. Enkosi.
I will now recognize political parties that wishes to make a declaration. The usual time is applicable. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, honourable members. The first Traditional Courts Bill was introduced in 2008, but was subsequently rejected outright as a result of major public outcry. The bill was reintroduced in Parliament in 2012, with the content of the bill unchanged. It was again met with strong opposition by civil society and various organisations representing the interests of women and rural communities. This earlier version of the bill was heavily criticised for containing various clauses that would potentially undermine the rights of rural people, particularly women, and fail to facilitate access to justice in rural areas. In 1996, the drafters of our constitution has been open to all members of the community. It is inconsistent with the prescripts of our constitution and cannot be accepted. This is a deeply flawed piece of legislation that not only dispatches women to the waste bin of second-class citizenship, but takes us all back to the dark ages. The Democratic Alliance does not support this bill. It will never pass constitutional muster. If it passes in the House, we will petition the President to submit it to the Constitutional Court for adjudication. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the EFF. EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We rejected the bill when it was first debated in the House. We did so because we were convinced that the bill was out of sync with the needs of almost 18 South Africans who reside in the former homelands and whose lived experience with traditional healers must never be discounted. One of the most fundamental failures of the post-1994 elite arrangement has been the failure by the ANC to develop a system of governance and a system of justice for rural people that is in sync with the Constitution. The Constitution clearly states that it is the supreme law of the land and that all law and conduct contrary to that is illegitimate.
The ACDP also is concerned about the rights of legal representation, and we understand the traditional view of women in courts. However, one's got to try to balance that as to how those women will be able to be represented in those traditional courts when it comes to the legal representation and when it comes to their rights in general. And so where there are conflict in rights, clearly there can be challenges. So the ACDP's perspective remains, whilst we appreciate and respect customary law and traditional leadership, we again repeat our position that we cannot support this report and bill. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the UDM. UDM, we shall pass. Honorable members, I recognize the ATM. I now recognize Good.
House Chairperson, no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the NFP. NFP. Honorable members, we shall proceed. AIC. I now recognize the COPE. I now recognize the PAC. PAC. I now recognize the Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Al-Jamaa supports the report. We obviously have a suggestion, which I suppose is too late. It would be nice if there was an alternative dispute resolution structure to support especially women. So instead of going to the magistrate courts and the higher courts, that facility would be used. Al-Jamaa supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, allow me firstly to agree with Honorable Hlengwa that indeed, asibazi abantu noba iba bahlala phi, judging from what they delivered here in this House. First, Honorable Breitenbach speaks about petitioning the President if this bill passes the House, which I think is an unfortunate anti-majoritarian instinct that I think is actually against the democratic values of the legal system of South Africa. The second, Honorable Yako speaks of the opt-out clause and speak of that this is an instrument brought about by the ruling elite in trying to modernize or rather capture the traditional institutions. I think, Chair, part of what I think Honorable Yako is in ignorance of is the fact that, firstly, the opt-out clause has been actually disagreed upon by traditional leaders, a number of them in the public consultation. And the issue of the ruling elite actually does not resonate with the nature of the bill, because the bill actually speaks about the motive forces on the ground. So the ruling elite is out of the picture. House Chair, the ANC rises to support the traditional courts bill. The Constitutional Court in Shulubana and others versus Nomita asserted that customary law enjoys a status that demands equal respect, albeit that it is subject to the Constitution. Customary law must be treated as an integral part of the South African legal system, representing an independent source of norms within the legal system. The South African legal framework recognizes customary law as the primary source of law, and the Constitutional Court held that customary law must be understood in its own terms and not through the lens of a common law, and that customary law will continue to evolve within the context of its values and norms consistently with the Constitution. The Constitution imposes a mandatory duty on Parliament in terms of Section 211 and Section 212, read together with Section 34, Section 38, and Section 165 of the Constitution, to pass specific legislation dealing with the administration of justice in traditional communities and judicial immunity to traditional leaders. The mandatory duty is reinforced by the general duty of Parliament in Section 7, subsection 2 of the Constitution to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights of the people under traditional leadership and governed in accordance with African customary law. The Traditional Courts Bill is aimed at placing the current legislative framework in which disputes are resolved in terms of customary law and providing a uniform legislative framework for the structure and functioning of traditional courts in line with the values and imperatives of the Constitution. The legislation is presently applicable to the resolution of disputes by the institution of traditional leadership are the remaining provisions of the Colonial Apartheid Black Administration Act of 1927 and some provisions of some homeland legislation which are at variance with the values of Constitution. This is a clear indication that there is a lacuna within the law which is necessitated the development of the new framework. Honorable Chair, it must be emphasized that this bill does not create traditional courts. Traditional courts have been in existence since time immemorial, Honorable Breitenbach. As we debate right now, traditional courts across the country are in operation. Approximately 22 million people live under traditional authorities and utilize these courts for the resolution of their disputes. It is the people who give these courts the due recognition. Traditional courts are an instrument for building social cohesion, unity, and peace, not an instrument of the ruling elite. The main goals of African justice may be described as the search for truth, reconciliation, compensation, and rehabilitation, while the goals of Western justice are seen as procedural justice, retribution, incarceration, and revenge. Advantages of traditional courts include the flexibility of the rules, the informal procedures, the use of language that is of community, the speedy resolution of cases, and importantly, the facilitation and dispensing of restorative justice. It is important that the traditional justice system be understood within the customary law paradigm in which it operates. Traditional courts are sui generis. They are unique. When interpreting legislation, a balance must be struck between language and its context. The contextualist interpretation of a constitutional text in Section 39, subsection 2, requires that consideration be given to South Africa's legal and institutional history. Chairperson, one of the issues of contention in the 2017 bill was the opt-out clause. There were arguments for and against the clause. After much deliberation and consultation with various stakeholders, including traditional leaders, Clause 12 of the bill was inserted. This clause entails that the internal remedies within the customary institutions or structures in accordance with customary law must first be exhausted. If a party still feels aggrieved, they may then approach the magistrate court for relief. This framework is not stagnant. Therefore, this ensures that due regard is given to traditional courts and their internal appeal process, as well as not limiting the rights guaranteed by the Constitution. The bill precludes legal representation in traditional courts. By nature, traditional courts proceedings are flexible, reconciliatory, inexpensive, and provide speedy justice. This is a free lesson. The bill allows both men and women to represent themselves before a traditional court, Honorable Breitenbach, and allows these men or women to be assisted by whomever they please. It also requires that a traditional court must be open to all members of the community, including vulnerable persons and persons who are subject to discrimination due to their sexual orientation or gender identity. This clause resonates with the equality provision of the Constitution and diversity requirement in the appointment of judicial officers to the court. The bill encourages the participation of women, I repeat, Honorable House Chair. In a democratic dispensation, it cannot be traditional courts will continue to operate with colonial apartheid legislation. It is important for this legislation to be passed so that the operation of traditional courts is regulated properly in line with the prescripts of the Constitution. This will curb potential abuses or malpractices within the court system. The African National Congress supports this bill. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party be passed? Honorable Kwaku.
Please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance Chair.
Objection shall be noted accordingly.
Thank you, Chair. The objection of the EFF. Thank you.
And of the FF plus, please.
Shall be noted
And
accordingly.
the ACGP Chair. Thank you.
Shall be noted accordingly. The motion moved by the Chief Whip of the majority parties agreed to. Thank you, honorable members. The secretary will read the fourth order of the day.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of revised African Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to nuclear science and technology, AFRA agreement in terms of section 2312 of Constitution of 1996.
I now recognize Honorable Lucy Paul to introduce the report.
Thank you, House Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members and the viewers. Honorable House Chair, the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy is tabling to this National Assembly for adoption the report on the revised African Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to the Nuclear Science and Technology Agreement, that is AFRA. The report on AFRA agreement was tabled initially as per section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution of 1991 on 31st May 2002. The AFRA is a multinational agreement established by African member states to address socio-economic development through the use of nuclear science and technology. The National Atomic Development Agency, that is IAEA, provides technical, scientific, and financial support to AFRA agreement to achieve the mandate of maximizing and the utilization of available infrastructure and expertise in Africa in the field of nuclear science and technology, as well as the acceleration towards regional self-sufficiency in peace application of nuclear technology. Honorable House Chair, Africa is a continent, is an outlier with respect to nuclear science and technology, as there is no African country apart from South Africa, for example, with an operating nuclear plant. This widens the gap between Africa and the rest of the world in terms of nuclear energy development. The primary mission of the AFRA agreement is to develop capacity, establish and facilitate regional cooperation in the use of infrastructure and exploit nuclear science and technology applications safely and cost effectively in order to meet the challenges of sustained communal socio-economic development. Progress in this regard with regard to nuclear science and technology application should promote socio-economic development on the African continent in the social acceptable, environmental sustainable, and economically attractive manner. The energy insecurity and climate change are two of the biggest challenges that constrain socio-economic development in the African continent. Nuclear energy offers the prospect of addressing the twin objective of energy security and climate change mitigation, since there is greater nuclear potential on the African continent, and that produced with nuclear plants that do emit greenhouse gas. However, increased concern about the use of nuclear energy facing several challenges such as capital cost, nuclear waste material management, the proliferation of risk, as well as the safety and reliability. However, with all the above having been mentioned, the scope of AFTA agreement is not limited to nuclear energy, but rather covers a wide range of peaceful applications of nuclear technologies, which may be an achievement of national, regional, and continental development. South Africa plays a vital role, which includes but not limited to sustainable regional capabilities in nuclear medicine, radiation, processing of food and industrial products, and consolidation of regional capabilities and maintenance of medical and scientific. In conclusion, House Chair, South Africa plays an active role in the sphere of nuclear science and technology at an international level through multinational treaties such as the Convention on Physical Protection of Nuclear Material. And therefore, the participation of South Africa in AFRA agreement will augment our capacity as a country in the efforts to drive socio-economic development aligned with nuclear science and technology, like Quebec long-term operational program to extend the life of the nuclear plant by 20 years beyond 2024, the multi-purpose reactor project, and improving medicine availability through Kitlapela Pharmaceutical. I therefore table this report as revised for the adoption of the House. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times will apply. The TA.
Chairperson, I see Minister Mantashe is missing in action once more. Nuclear technology has resulted in huge leaps in scientific progress, in our understanding of the universe and how it's made up, in power generation, in medicine and the treatment of diseases such as cancer, and in our ability to see deeper, clearer, and better into how things work. At the same time, it has been the catalyst of some of the worst tragedies in human history, from Hiroshima and Nagasaki to the failure of nuclear power plants at 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima. In fact, there have been no less than 29 serious incidents at nuclear power plants, resulting in an estimated 4,459 fatalities. There can be no doubt that nuclear technology has brought huge benefits to mankind and that there are much more to be discovered. The challenges, of course, are that this must be done in a manner that is both responsible in terms of the safety of those working in the field and surrounding communities. It must be environmentally conscious, and it must provide benefits to mankind. What we cannot afford, however, is uncontrolled nuclear weapons research, the haphazard and unmanaged disposal of nuclear waste, and the development of nuclear power plants or other nuclear facilities that do not meet exacting standards of safety and reliability. It is for this reason that treaties and agreements such as the one under discussion are so important. They acknowledge the peaceful use of nuclear technology and impose monitoring and reporting obligations on member states. They encourage cooperation rather than competition to develop nuclear technologies that benefit mankind. Chairperson, South Africa has history when it comes to nuclear power. We have 2 aging nuclear reactors at Koeberg and a 3rd research reactor at PLENARY that is also due for imminent replacement. And we are still the only country in the world that has voluntarily destroyed its entire nuclear weapons stockpile. What is particularly concerning, however, is that South Africa appears increasingly unable and incapable of managing its nuclear resources. A recent visit by the Portfolio Committee to PLENARY revealed rundown facilities, albeit with incredibly motivated staff, and a growing sense that Nexa will not be able to turn the ship around to profitability anytime soon. Koeberg has its own set of problems. Its operating license expires in 2024, and it appears more and more unlikely that it will be in a position to meet the requirements for a new license in time. Work on the life extension of the plant was supposed to get underway in January this year and has still not fully commenced, simply because Eskom couldn't get its act together. Koeberg's energy availability factor, the percentage of its installed capacity that is actually generating, sits at just 54% over the past 3-year period. And the plant has only operated at 100% capacity for just 8 days this year. Is it any wonder that we have load shedding? So much for nuclear power being the backbone of baseload power. And don't even get me started on nuclear waste. Our high-level nuclear waste, such as that generated by Kuberg, sits on site in cooling ponds because we have nowhere else to put it. My point, Chairperson, is that while we fully support the agreement in front of us, South Africa is falling further and further behind in nuclear science and technology. We are no longer innovating and developing our own nuclear technologies or growing our own nuclear scientists and technicians. And those few that we do are soon snapped up by much better opportunities elsewhere. We are no longer building cutting-edge facilities that are the envy of other countries. So while the peaceful use of nuclear technologies and indeed this very agreement are of critical importance, South Africa has a lot of catching up to do. The Democratic Alliance supports this agreement.
Thank you, Honourable Member. EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF notes the request to accept the amended African Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to nuclear science and technology in Parliament. Notes that the proposed amendments are that the agreement shall be enforced indefinitely as opposed to it being extended every 5 years. That member states may withdraw from the agreement through a written notification to the Director General, and that the withdrawal will be in effect 6 months upon application for withdrawal. Note that so far on the 17 of 44 member states have accepted the amended agreement, although it expired almost 2 years ago in 2020, and that all member states have been party to agreement for over 30 years. Is not satisfied with the reasons given why so few countries have signed the agreement thus far, and why the matter is being tabled after so long. Notes that the request to make agreement indefinite is to avoid extending the agreement every 5 years and to ensure member states are able to initiate more long-term projects. Further notes that overall the work done by AFRA had been commendable, has been to the benefit of the continent, and that clauses in the agreement give room for further engagements by member states on matters such as strengthened and primarily African-centered economy, local beneficiation and industrialization, building and establishing African knowledge and training centers, and the need for African countries to forge an alliance against the imperialist West for the benefit of our people from Cape to Cairo. EFF supports the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Member. IFP. IFP.
Supposed to be Prof. Msimang. Chair, can I take it from here?
Yes.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, I'm sure we can all agree that nuclear energy must continue to play a pivotal role in our energy supply mix. This is also the case by and large for the region, continent, and the world, and of course, given the escalating problems at ESCOM. Given such a need for nuclear energy and given that nuclear energy also carries potential risks, government has a responsibility to ensure that nuclear science and technology is conducted in a safe and responsible manner. AFRA provides us with a platform for regional associated sharing of research in the spirit of Ubuntu, umuntu ungumuntu ngabantu, amazwe angamazwe ngamanye amazwe, and the African Renaissance. It is to be welcomed, especially as energy supply is foundational to our socio-economic development and that of our AFRA partners, as well as the continent. Collaboration will greatly assist and ensure that best practice is used by member countries and will ensure a much safer continental risk profile as regards the use and development of nuclear technologies. The IFP supports the revised African Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to nuclear science and technology. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. FF Plus.
Honourable House Chair,
the revised African Regional Co-operative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to nuclear science and technology, AFRA, confirms an agreement which has been in place since 1990. It has to be renewed every 5 years, but now been revised to be permanent. Furthermore, if South Africa indeed wants to follow an African agenda, it has an obligation to share its knowledge with the rest of the continent. Living is risky. The Freedom Front has in this week voiced its doubt about South African capacity to safely deal with nuclear. Several knowledgeable persons have since contacted me to convince me of the opposite. Not that the FF Plus makes a final decision, but still I'm looking forward to the discussions. Of course, we should not only think about energy. Nuclear medicine is important, and so are nuclear weapons. Let's pursue the former and leave the latter. There is no doubt that Africans can technologically master anything that humankind can. Nevertheless, we need to take responsibility and not transform experts out of society. Maybe it will be a win if South African experts can be exported to appreciative African countries rather than Western ones. Die VF+ ondersteun die verslag. And so I'm done, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. ACDP.
The ACDP does not have a declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. UDM. ATM. Good.
There's no declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. NFP. AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jamal.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the legacy that President Mandela left behind is that he took the lead in destroying all nuclear weapons in South Africa. It is sad that South Africa is not doing enough to convince other nuclear powers to do the same. And that is an area that Al-Jamaa feels needs attention. It is also noted that when there's a nuclear strike against South Africa or Africa, we may not have any means to defend ourselves. However, that there should be a strategy in place to save as many lives as possible. So those are two areas that Al-Jamaa feels needs attention, but we support this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. ANC.
No, thank you very much, Person. Greetings to yourself, greetings to ministers and deputy ministers, greetings to colleagues in the House. House Chairperson, there is a growing evidence that the weakness in the energy sector have constrained the economic growth and development of our country. To put this into proactive terms, South Africa suffers from chronic energy generation challenges. Addressing the energy generation challenges in our country requires an integrated approach that incorporates and harnesses different sources of energy, including nuclear energy. House Chairperson, if nuclear energy is to be a strong component of South Africa's future energy mix, a science-based approach to develop the fundamental understanding that will lead to new nuclear energy technologies is essential. The revised African Regional Co-operative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to nuclear science and technology, AFRA in short term, presents a potential to amplify South Africa's research and development in nuclear energy through collaboration with other African countries via multilateral and bilateral agreements. Or to put it differently, the AFRA agreement comprises a set of cooperative projects that conduct research and development that help to enable the benefit of clean, safe, secure, affordable nuclear energy to continue and expand. By ratifying this agreement, House Chairperson, South Africa stands to benefit from sharing of resources, knowledge, and expertise, and advance technologies available to increase the share of nuclear energy to up to almost 10 gigawatts hour by 2025 in the country's future energy mix. The Democratic Alliance, House Chairperson, which is vehemently against the expansion of nuclear energy in the country's future energy mix due to concerns surrounding the radioactive waste produced by nuclear plants and the environmental impact thereof. But this does not hold water, House Chairperson, because the European Union has incorporated nuclear energy in the renewable energy taxonomy, which implies that nuclear energy is an environmental friendly energy. But more importantly, the ANC-led government has approved the setting up of a centralized interim storage facility and development of a feasibility study that has begun through the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute and Narwadi. Of course, House Chairperson, nuclear energy expansion combined with efforts to setting up this centralized system are however unlikely to be realized outside of the AFRA agreement. This is true not only because of skills and resource limits in many of our state-owned entities in the nuclear energy space, such as in Narwadi and in the South African Nuclear and Energy Corporation, but also because it is becoming a prerequisite for cooperation in the peaceful use of nuclear energy, science and technology. As such, House Chairperson, the provision of expertise and training must be drawn as far as possible from AFRA participating member states for the purpose of efficient running of a centralized storage facility and access to adequate energy necessary for high quality of life. Aside from the expertise and training benefits, the AFRA agreement translates external and internal funds into a developmental objective designed to meet identified human needs of end users and has a significant social and economic impact, which is our only concern. Given that South Africa's fiscus is currently constrained, which is a fact that everybody knows, and this thereby limits adequate investment in nuclear energy expansion to achieve energy security, the participation of the country in AFRA agreement is likely to lead to a demonstrable mutual benefit going forward. The ANC-led government has approved the setting up of a multi-purpose reactor project to replace the current Safari 1 research reactor at Nexa. This project, House Chairperson, is expected to have significant socio-economic and environmental benefits for South Africa, as it will create some 5,000 direct jobs and 26,000 indirect jobs during the construction phase only. In addition, this multiplier reactor program is expected to provide employment to about 750 full-time employees and an additional 3.8 indirect jobs for its operation and fulfillment of its research mandate. This agreement can play a pivotal role in regard, for instance, in Nexa. Nexa can use its existing expertise and facilities from AFTA participating members and states to conduct a feasibility study aimed at testing the market on the parameters such as cost and financial model of the execution of the MRP project. Honorable House Chair, in addition to the potential resource and technical expertise and advanced technologies that South Africa is likely to acquire, the ANC supports AFRA agreement primarily because it is rooted in the founding values of African Renaissance and Pan-Africanism that seeks to develop unity and trust amongst African states in order to pursue common goals, as well as corresponding actions which are emancipatory. It is through collaborative and partnership efforts such as AFRA agreement that the challenging efforts such as the problem of no unity in the continent can be addressed. We can be able, House Chairperson, to reduce the dependency on Western economies that African countries have to rely on, instead promote continental and regional trade amongst African states. In conclusion, House Chairperson, the ANC supports the AFRA agreement, and the Portfolio Committee will ensure that we spare neither strength nor courage to ensure that South Africa's participation in this agreement adds meaningful contribution to the use of nuclear science and technology to derive socio-economic and developmental, national and continental benefit. The ANC supports the report. Thanks, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Are there any objections to the approval of the revised African Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to Nuclear Science and Technology Agreement as it appears on the order paper. No objections, vote agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of International Convention on the Civil Liability for Bunkers Oil Pollution Damage 2001 in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution 1996.
The Honorable MacDonald to take the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's good to be back. The Portfolio Committee on Transport is tabling to the House for consideration approval the report of the Portfolio Committee on Transport on the International Convention on the Civil Liability for Bunkers Oil Damage. Like many other countries, South Africa has been party to many international conventions in the transport sector, which ensure the efficient and safe functioning of the sector at global level. The status quo makes it difficult and costly for South Africans to file claims and creates uncertainty regarding the ability to be compensated for cleanup costs or economic loss due to pollution. The convention was adopted to ensure that adequate, prompt and effective compensation is available to persons who suffer caused by spills of oil when carried as fuel in ship bunkers. The convention applies to damage caused on the territory, including the territorial sea and inclusive economic zones of South Africa. The Bunkers Convention provides a free-standing instrument covering pollution damage only. The convention is modeled on the International Convention on Civil Liability for Oil Pollution Damage, 1969. As was that convention, a key requirement that Bunkers Convention is the need for the registered owner of a vessel to maintain compulsory insurance cover. Another key position is the requirement for direct action. This would allow a claim for compensation for pollution damage to be brought directly against an insurer. The convention requires ships over 1,000 gross tonnages to maintain insurance or other financial security, such as guarantees of a bank or similar financial institutions, to cover the liability of a registered owner for pollution damage in an amount equal to the limits of liability under the application national or international limitation regime, but in all cases not exceeding an amount calculated in accordance with the Convention on Limitations of Liability for Maritime Claims. The Department of Transport indicated that in 21 October 2015, Cabinet approved the convention be submitted to Parliament for a session. The Minister has tabled the convention to Parliament for approval on the 28th of August 2017. In terms of Section 231(4) of the Constitution, the convention can only become part of the domestic law once it's enacted into law by national legislation. Following this, the Minister once more indicated that on 21 October 2021, Cabinet approved the submission of the convention for approval by Parliament. The Portfolio Committee on Transport on the 1st of March 2022 approved the International Convention on Civil Liability for Bunker Oil Pollution Damages. It is an important convention as it seeks to protect the environment, and where such incidents of bunker oil pollution do occur, it is dealt with effectively. However, this international convention makes provisions for the owners of vessels to be insured to ensure that the cost of international cleanup when such incidents occur is covered through insurance or any other international acceptable financial instrument. It also allows for direct claims from entities which is engaged in such operations. In our case, it's SAMSA and the South African Interim Incident Management Organization, which engages in the cleanup operations. This is to ensure that our maritime life and land resources are protected from such incidences, as these have negative impact on the environment. Our ocean economy is a critical area of economic development and must be protected now and preserved for future generations. The committee is currently engaged in deliberations on legislation for marine pollution, as the International Convention on the civil liability for bunkers oil pollution can only become part of the domestic legislation once it's enacted into law through national legislation. Once the Portfolio Committee has concluded these processes, it will table before the House domestic legislation dealing with marine pollution. The Portfolio Committee on Transport, having considered the request for approval by the Parliament of the International Convention on Civil Liability for Bunkers Oil Pollution Damage 2001, referred to it, recommends that the House, in terms of Section 2312 of the Constitution of 1996, approve the said convention. The Portfolio Committee on Transport hopes that the International Convention on the Civil Liability for Bunkers Oil Pollution Damage is approved by the House. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times will apply. The DA.
Thank you very much. Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo ngilotshisa isitshaba sonke. Greetings to the incoming President of South Africa, Honorable John Steenhuisen, in absentia. Emphasis
In
on
a
honorable,
dream.
because relax. Emphasis on
Honorable
honorable,
members.
because unlike President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Steenhuisen does have a valid bank account.
Honorable members.
Actually, but my time is.
Waphupha wena. Usere ka mophupho. Waphupha.
Order, honorable members.
Yeah. Emphasis on honorable, because unlike President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Steenhuisen does have a valid bank account and does not keep his money under mattresses.
No,
The
how is
ANC
the
government
how
has
is
thrown to the
President
gutter the
Ramaphosa
power of
getting in
leadership,
there?
when even the most mundane and logical act of having a bank account is actually a measure of leadership. How horrible and despicable.
Why don't you tell
Anyway,
us
South
about your
Africans
bank
must not
account?
be
Why do you
despair,
give
because in just
a
18
credit
months,
to Steenhuisen?
President John Steenhuisen will be opening the gates of clean and competent governance. Yes.
Point of order, Chair.
2024.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable
10%.
Mapena. Honorable member can
There's
take a
no
seat.
order that you are calling, and when now
Will
you
take
must
a
not
seat,
be a
please.
puppet of white people.
Honorable member. Honorable member. Can you take a seat? There's a point of order. Honorable Frame.
Chair.
Point of order.
Chair, let me affirm that I am a puppet of no one in this house, not even the speaker. That's the first thing. And so I think she needs to withdraw her words, calling me a puppet of white people. I am a puppet of no one. That's the first thing. But secondly, Chair, the point of order.
Okay, Honorable Frame.
But Chair, the point of order is that we have consistent interruptions. Consistent interruptions when speakers are at the podium and interrupted ad nauseum. And sometimes, Chair, there are chairs who immediately intervene. But for some 30 seconds or so, Chair, while the speaker was on the podium, there's been no intervention from yourself. So, Chair, please call the member that is on the virtual platform to order. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Frame. You might not have heard me. I was shouting at the top of my voice, but the house was in flames. So you could not hear me. But on the first order that you have made, point of order that you have made, the Honorable Frame, I'm sure we are listening. We are not listening. Then after that, to say I said nothing about it. Honorable Frame, on your first point of order, the first point of order that you made, I did not hear a member saying that. So it should be difficult to rule on that, but I will come back after having visited answered. Honorable Chief Whip of the DA.
Just for your assistance, House Chair, the member is Honorable Piri, who was shouting that the speaker on the podium and Honorable Thring are puppets of whiteness. I think you really need to make a determination about
I
that.
have already made a commitment that we will visit Hansard and deal with
Oh.
that at a later.
Before you visit answer, Honorable Charles Chair, can I have a point of order?
Who is that?
Is Honorable Kula.
Honorable Kula, when Yabo Honorable Kula.
Yes, I'm saying the member refers, saying that the president is not honorable. The only person that is honorable is honorable is Steinazen. So you must rule on that matter. But you must explain to that member, like men who have left the DA before, who are blacks in the DA, is also going to live one day. It's just enjoying temporary comfort, that the things that is speak about of 2024, you will not even be there.
Thank you, Honorable Kula.
Will be in the action SA.
Honorable members, I kindly request you to try our level best, your level best to respect each other as members of this house, and that includes the president as well. Let us try to avoid using coarse language because it causes a lot of disruption. Ungaqhubeka Mhlonishwa.
No. Chairperson, well, now that we got those in the ANC benches a bit excited and to actually take interest in this declaration, let's get right straight into it because you know concentration span issues. A Kamel and Showbrook study found that it is critical to design and implement an organizational system that is capable of coping with unforeseen systematic failures. They also indicate that learning from failures is an important facilitator of preparedness for both present and prospective crises. Furthermore, they also state that high-performing organizations reported higher levels of crisis preparedness. As such, we agree to the objectives of this report in as far as they provide for the safe, effective, and efficient management and deployment of resources in response to cooperation and control of spills of oil or any other pollutant from ships, any other sources within South African waters, or which pollute or threaten to pollute South African waters, aquatic resources, coastline, or related interests. Professor Kensington notes that oil contamination may persist in the marine environment for many years after an oil spill, and in exceptional cases such as salt marshes and mangrove swamps, the effects may be measurable for decades after the event. However, in most cases, environmental recovery is relatively swift and is complete within 2 to 10 years. However, given our own domestic issues of ineptitude and slow government response, it may take well over 2 decades if we are lucky enough to complete an environmental recovery exercise. But even so, where oil has been eliminated from the scene, the long-term environmental impact are generally confined to community structure anomalies that persist because of the longevity of the component species. As such, we agree that it is better to try and avert a crisis instead of having to manage one. The poor handling of the COVID-19 pandemic response by the South African government serves as a recent case study on how not to handle a crisis. Chairperson, John Moore is a leading environmental research expert, also knows that oil which persists in the marine environment clearly has the greatest potential for long-term ecological impacts. Once oil has been removed, the recovery of most communities and populations is rapid, as long as the habitat has not been physically damaged by cleanup actions. As such, we believe that the incorporation into law of South Africa, the relevant provisions of the International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation is of critical importance, not only to align our standards to international acceptable standards and benchmarks, but also to insulate marine life and shield it against the ANC government tectonic system failures, which can be devastating. Chairperson, in closing, we also support the envisaged reduction and control the pollution of the marine environment, wildlife and associated impacts on biodiversity, ecological processes by oil from ships. We are of the view that it is important to protect and conserve marine life and the environment for the sake of us all. But most importantly, for tourism, which forms part of the economic lifeline of most coastal cities wherein many of these ports are hosted. Tourism remains a key economic driver of our country, and as such, if we fail to conserve and protect our ecological space, it has a direct negative effect on the fiscus, which means, for example, no more nonsensical new BMWs for the Speaker of this House, for instance. We are also hoping for improved consultative processes, not for their sake, but for meaningful consultations which will result in the inputs of the industry being factored in and considered. The DA supports this report, and yes, hashtag John Vuligate 2024. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pewowake Mapen. The EFF.
Chairperson, we are of the view that despite that this parliament had on numerous occasions debated this matter, it has not as yet finalized what should form the country's coherent and uniform perspective on the International Convention of Civil Liability for bunker oil pollution. This is so despite the long history of the existence of the Convention on Limitation of Liability on Marine Oil Pollution and the conceptual universal understanding of this concept. South Africa has the most arrest-friendly jurisdiction in the world for marine violation and claims, thus creating an enabling environment for detention, investigation, prevention, and combating of transgression of the convention. It was only in February this year, 2022, when the department introduced a marine oil pollution bill dubbed Preparedness, Response, and Cooperation Bill. This is shocking because it is only now that the government tries through the bill to give the effect to and align itself with the convention. This the government continued to do despite the existence of the convention, which was adopted on the 23rd of March, 2001. Chair, there are people who are disturbing me. Can you protect me, Chair? You're making noise.
Honorable Shabangu. Honorable Makosine Shabangu.
This
Honorable Makosine Shabangu.
Chair.
Thank
you very much. This
This
the government continued to do despite the existence of the convention which was adopted in the 23rd.
Honorable
of March,
Shabangu.
2001.
Honorable Paulson, can you take a seat, sir? There's a point of order. Honorable Shabangu, there's a point of order. Honorable Paulson.
Sorry, Honorable Makasini. Chairperson, the Honorable Makasini objected
to give the effect to, and to align itself with the convention. This the government continued to do despite the existence of the convention, which was adopted on the 23rd of March 2001. Following a long history of repeal, amendment, and replacement of previous conventions, including the 1969 version of the International Convention of Civil Liability for Oil Pollution Damages. South Africa is party neither to the 1957 version nor the 2001. So the question is, what is South Africa's position on this convention? A question, what South Africa's position is to this convention is anyone's guess. It is a matter of national importance to safeguard our maritime resources that the government should take quick and firm decision to rectify and recognize the convention in order to clear confusion on where the country stands and what perspective and position it holds. This it should do by fast-tracking the tabling and adoption of the bill mentioned here above. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, can I take this opportunity to make a humble plea to the House? A member who is at the platform, Honorable Makoseni Shabangu. It's so difficult to talk to adults who don't behave. When an adult does not behave, what do you do? Honorable members, please, when you are at the platform, please refrain from reacting to what people are saying. You are violating the decorum of your own house, and it is an embarrassment. You are violating your own decorum in this house, and it is embarrassing. I wish to make a humble plea to you. Please let us behave. We are not kids here. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising on Rule 84. Member Shabang has just threatened the chief whip of the ANC that, No. Whatever it is.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Whoever, we cannot threaten everyone in the house here.
Okay.
Even to use the gesture of fighting, we cannot do that.
Honorable members, thank you. Thank you very much. That's exactly what I was trying to address. But let us please respect each other. Let us please respect each other. The drama that has just gone by is totally unacceptable. Please respect your own house. IFP? IFP?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The conservation of our ocean is extremely important. At the livelihood of many South Africans living in coastal areas are dependent on it. Recently, subsistence fishermen and fisherwomen living in Durban have barely been able to make ends meet, following the continuation of Durban beaches, leaving them without the cash and unable to put food on the table. It is no secret that the IFP is quite passionate about protecting the environment through advocating for conservation, curbing pollutions, and sustainable drawing and nature to contribute to the economy. Therefore, it is our position that the Marine Pollution Amendment Bill will be critical to addressing bunker oil pollutions damaged. We support this bill as it will ensure that preventions, reductions, and control of marine pollution through the complete elimination of pollution by oil and other harmful substances. We welcome the proposed amendment to Clause 2, Section 2A, which will ensure that convention is incorporated into South African law. We also welcome the proposed amendment to Clause 3, Section 3, which extended the power of the minister to formulate regulations related to prevention of pollution by ships. Furthermore, we appreciate the proposed amendment of Clause 5, Section 3B, which call for an advisory for ensure that the convention is implemented. Although we understand the conservation of your ocean in the responsibility of all those who make use of and ensure pressure from it. We appreciate the move toward formalization this responsibility through legislations. This pieces of legislation will give substantially voice to ordinary citizens such as subsistence fishermen and fisherwomen whose livelihood depend on their ability to sustainable drawn on the oceans. The IFP do support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. FF plus.
No declaration, Chairperson.
Thank you. ACDP.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. UDM. ATM. Good.
No declaration, House Chair, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. NFP. AIC. COPE. PAC. Al Jamaa. ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Good afternoon to you, to all honorable members, members of the executive on the platform, and fellow South Africans. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress in support of the report and its recommendation before the House. While the report itself is quite short and it requests approval of the international convention of which the country is party to, no wonder in such a simple report, there are colleagues who would raise issues of 2024. It is because of the technical nature and maybe the lack of understanding of what the report in front of us is seeking to do. Having said that, it is imperative that we explain to the House why this convention should be supported. Firstly, South Africa is a party to many important international conventions and international safety regulations in different modes of transport. Secondly, the country has maintained the highest international standards in the transport sector in terms of conventions and regulations, and must continue to operate on those best practices and high international standards. Thirdly, the Marine Bunker Convention before the House today was already adopted in 2001 and enforced in 2008. The Convention on Civil Liability on Bunkers Oil Pollution is essentially based on the internationally recognized principle of polluter pays. This simply means that those responsible for oil spillage and marine bunker spillage will have to bear the cost for the restoration of the environment. This convention before the House is based on the same international legal and regulatory framework as the International Convention on Oil Pollution of 1969. The International Convention for Bunkers Oil Pollution Damage was adopted to ensure that there was compensation available for countries and persons who suffer damage caused by spills of marine fuel bunkers when carried as fuel in ships. This also covers the fueling of ships with marine bunker either in port or at sea. The convention applies to marine fuel bunker spills affecting land territory and sea, as well as the exclusive economic zones of states which are party to the convention. This means, therefore, that the convention before us provides for a financial instrument which covers the cost of marine bunker pollution spillages only. The convention, as already explained at the introduction, requires ships over 1,000 gross tonnage to maintain insurance or other financial instruments as a form of security, such that if such a spillage would occur, a country that is affected or is responsible for the cleaning can be able to recover their costs. Therefore, Chairperson and honorable members, key requirements for the Bunker Convention is the need for the registered owner of a vessel to maintain compulsory insurance to cover the damage of a marine bunker spillage. This is what it's all about, not 2024 or who is going to be president or not. This is what the issue before us is. The convention also allows for direct action on the part of the affected party or parties for compensation, as I've already alluded to. Therefore, House Chairperson, the importance of adopting this convention is to protect environmental integrity of our country's territory and her territorial waters. For South Africa, this is of national importance as we are recovering our economy, as our oceans economy is a strategic economic area of development, and oil spills are negatively impacting on the ecological environment and marine life. So many parts of the coastline are also ecologically sensitive areas and require to be protected. Chairperson, South Africa has many capable entities who have demonstrated their capability in such instances. Post-adoption of this international convention, the committee will be processing domestic legislation which will reinforce this convention and other conventions which cover marine pollution. In conclusion, Chairperson, the ANC supports the International Convention on the Civil Liability of Bunkers Oil Pollution Damage, 2001, and recommends to the House that it be approved and adoption of the convention. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any objections to the approval of International Convention on the Civil Liability for Bunkers Oil Pollution Damage, 2001, as it appears on the order paper? No objection. Report agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Committee on Public Accounts on oversight visit to South African Post Office, SAPO, in Johannesburg and Pretoria from 2 to 3 December 2021.
The Honorable Thengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts undertook an oversight visit to the South African Post Office in Johannesburg and Pretoria from the 2nd to the 3rd of December 2021. And the committee hereby reports its findings and recommendations to the House as required by Rule 137 of the National Assembly. Why we went there? The committee had a hearing with the South African Post Office on the 16th of November 2021. The entity received a disclaimed audit opinion, which is a regression from the qualified audit opinion of 2018-19. The post office has received 8 billion rands in bailouts from government, and the main findings of 1920 were as follows. The group and company incurred losses of 1.7 billion rands for the year ended 2020. Furthermore, at that date, their current liabilities exceeded their current assets by 1.5 billion rands and 1.5 billion rands for the group and company, respectively. The group and company were therefore commercially insolvent because they were unable to pay their debts when they became due, even though their total assets exceeded their total liabilities. The accounting authority was notified of the material irregularity on 12 November 2022 and was invited to make written submissions on the actions taken and still to be taken to address the matter. The accounting authority responded on 16 February 2021, highlighting that the South African Post Office is not the AA for the IGPS system, as this had been transferred to the South African Post Bank and is therefore not responsible for addressing the MI. Our findings, the entity continues to face severe liquidity challenges. There is a lack of sufficient information to support the going concern. There are deficiencies related to irregular expenditure and performance reporting. The committee identified challenges that impact on governance and leadership responsibility, which require urgent intervention by the executive authority and the accounting authority. The entity does not have sufficient resources to build capacity, to plan and to implement their turnaround strategy and proper internal controls. Despite initial assurances provided by management that it was geared to roll out the implementation of the SASSA contract, the SASSA payment solution is not cost effective, and failure to plan properly and the resultant poor internal controls were the main root causes for the shortcomings on the SASSA payment solution related transactions and balances. Vacancies are not filled timeously in key positions, especially in the finance and SCM units, contributed to the entity being unable to implement sufficient internal controls to maintain adequate accounting records. Lack of consequence management resulted in transgressors not being dealt with effectively. The subsidy that is allocated by government to the South African Post Office is not sufficient to cover all the operational costs, as it only covers salary. This no doubt impacts on the South African Post Office delivering on its core mandate. The recommendations which we are bringing to the House, we can conclude by saying that the committee further recommends that the executive authority submits a quarterly progress report on the implementation of the recommendations by the National Assembly within 30 days of adoption of the report by this House. Of course, whilst the report by the committee is from March, we have been interacting with them since then, and so we are hopeful that they will comply with this. The committee was generally disappointed by the extent to which the accounting authority and the executive management have not addressed the financial management weaknesses identified in the audit report, especially as some of these matters had been raised in the audit report of the previous years. We recommend that the department conducts an extensive audit of the skills and expertise of the board, and the risk relating to the status of the entity as a going concern must be addressed as a matter of urgency. Honorable House Chairperson, I commend this report to the House for adoption. Just to say that the DA indicated they reserve their right. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shengwa. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times will apply. DA? Democratic Alliance?
Mr. Chairman.
DA?
I'm here, Mr.
Thank you very
Chairman.
much.
Thank
So-
you.
Oh, yes, okay.
Thank
Okay,
you,
go
Mr.
ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the motto for the post office should really be address unknown. This would apply not only to the post and parcels that never get delivered, but also to where the post office itself is headed. The post office has been paid taxpayer bailouts exceeding 8 billion rand, and yet it still managed to record a massive loss of 1.7 billion rand for the 2020 year, with a further 1.85 billion loss forecast for the 2021 year, when the annual report, is now a year overdue, is finally tabled in Parliament. The post office is insolvent, bankrupt, and a dreadful weight around the necks of taxpayers, the majority of whom probably don't even know where their nearest post office is, let alone ever attempt to use its services. Whilst the post office owes creditors billions, the most egregious debts are that the post office has failed to pay 700 million rand employee medical aid contributions, employee pension contributions, SARS obligations such as UIF, PAYE, and VAT. Mr. Chair, the one address that is well known to the post office and to other SOEs such as SAA is the taxpayer bailout address. As with other delinquent and bankrupt SOEs, the post office can count on the taxpayer being fleeced for yet another bailout in the MTBPS in October. Yet another bailout will simply extend the agony, and it will remain address unknown for the post office. It is a farce for the 2020 annual report to claim that the assets of the post office exceed its liabilities. The assets are largely made up of fixed property that has not been maintained for decades, is dilapidated, abandoned, occupied by the homeless, and many cases simply stripped bare, and thus has very limited value. If you have the misfortune to enter the post office box section of the Ladysmith post office, you'll be met with the stench of urine. And the Escort post office is worse, with people entering the long abandoned broken gates and not only urinating, but also defecating around the building. Then, Mr. Chair, you have the utter ideological stupidity of the ANC separating Post Bank from the post office. This to placate the EFF and the ANC RET faction demands for a state bank. A far more sinister reason for the ANC obsession with establishing the Post Bank as a state bank, as was pointed out to me by a colleague, is that it will act as banker to those who become unbankable, such as the Survey Sekunjalo Empire and the Gupta clan. In the end, it will inevitably be raped by the cadres and fail, leaving the poor with what little savings they may have had lost, like with the VBS Bank. Whilst the post office has no idea what its destination address is, and its well-intentioned but completely mismanaged attempt of speed services having failed, the private sector has moved in and now dominates the market. Why is it that the post office, with its infrastructure and bailouts, has failed to provide the services that the private sector, couriers and Postnet profitably provide? Mr. Chair, the answer is clear. There is no profit incentive. ANC cadre deployment, incompetent and very possibly corrupt management, too many highly paid executives who make virtually no contribution, an overload of staff, many of whom have no meaningful jobs. An incredible 12,000 people are employed. Mr. Chair, the logical destination address for the South African Post Office must either be to be privatized or shut down. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The DA will support the report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF supports the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on its oversight to establish a state bank through the through Post Bank. Our people in rural areas, villages, and townships are going to be left without a major part of the facilities that allows them to reach, interact, and participate in the economy. Unless we remove the ANC from power in 2024, Chairperson, we can forget about the post office. All that will remain are empty buildings with a backlog of letters going back decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. IFP.
Sengifaka isigqoko. Angithi ngibuye ngene enkingeni. Uma ngazuthi angiyona kanti ngiyona bese kuba ngathi ukuthi ngaze ngawuthwala uthayele emoyeni. Chairperson, on a very serious note, the major issue of focus is on the recommendations 3I, where the committee says the entity must submit a revised strategic and associated financial plan that must take into account the financial challenges that exist and ensure that any funding that may be approved by National Treasury to implement the revised strategy is submitted to Parliament. At the heart of this, Chair, is ensuring the strategic repositioning of the post office, because the majority of our people, the rural poor, those in townships who do not have access to the facilities of the private sector, and so far as courier services are concerned, accessing mail and so on, and may not even have access to the internet for the receipt of mail and so on and so forth, are dependent on this key strategic asset of the state, which is the post office. And therefore, we need to rationalize how the post office does its operations to respond to the socio-economic challenge of access. The majority of our people are being left out and are unable to access these services. Where they can, the costs are exorbitant, and the footprint of the post office, particularly being so strong in rural communities and in townships, must exist as a positive dividend, which must be exploited to ensure inclusivity. Furthermore, there is a need, of course, for the rationalizing of the buildings of where the post office is to ensure that there is no duplication. The one example that was made is that thereby the Amanzimtoti, within 2-3 kilometer radius, you had two, post offices.
There's a point of order. Can you take a seat?
Parliamentary for the chief whip of the majority party to eat alone in Parliament.
Come again? Honorable Paulson. Yeah, the man.
I ask, is it parliamentary for the chief whip of the majority party to eat alone in Parliament?
That's not a point of order, Honorable. Sit down.
It's an incorrect application of 1955 of the people shall share. Chair, we are really calling for, the post office to go back to basics and to be able to find the niche economic spaces for its operations in order for it not to duplicate activities which it will be unable to catch up. It is falling far short insofar as connectivity is concerned. And there is, Chair, a need for ensuring that the necessary
the reliability of the postal service is at an all-time low, and many branches have closed due to failure to pay their rent. The state of many branches are shocking, and it is especially the poor who is dependent on those branches for their SASSA grants who are suffering the most. The economy is disrupted because of the lack of a reliable and affordable national postal service. It is especially small businesses which are suffering. The ANC government says it is serious about small business development, but yet it allowed the post office to be mismanaged by its cadres and to be looted. The financial troubles of the post office is not because of a lack of market for postal services. Whilst the post office decayed, private companies in this sector is flourishing. Why is the post office then failing? Because of the ANC government and its cadres. The state of the post office is similar to all state entities and is a result of failed ANC policy and especially that of cadre deployment. If there is not a successful intervention addressing the lack of leadership, financial management, and controls, the SASSA payments will soon again be in a crisis, and the most vulnerable will once again be left wanting. The people of South Africa deserves better than the ANC. The FF Plus supports the report and the committee's recommendations. It is of utmost importance that criminal charges be laid against those who have committed financial misconduct, and the lost money must be recovered. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Versus. Honorable Strain.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP welcomes this open, transparent, and in many ways damning report on the status of the South African Post Office. If anything, this report is an indication of the many failing and bankrupt SOEs in South Africa, arising from a failure to comply with basic good governance principles, public finance management acts, and basic supply chain management. The shambles found within the South African Post Office is captured by the transferring of responsibility with regards to the integrated grant payment solution used to pay millions of SASSA grant recipients. The Post Office has refused to take accountability for the material irregularity related to the IGPS, saying that the accounting authority for this system was moved to the South African Post Bank. Furthermore, the ACDP notes that the 2019-20 findings revealed that the group and company incurred losses of some 1.7 billion for the year ended 31 March 2020, and their current liabilities exceeded their current assets by some 1.5 billion for both the group and company. It must be noted that South African Post Office has received an 18 billion rand bailout using taxpayers' money, while the entity received a disclaimed audit opinion, regressing from the qualified audit opinion in 2018-19. There have been allegations in the media that the South African Post Office Board has been attempting to terminate the 5-year IGPS deal that Postbank signed with the financial software systems valued at 45 million rand, and to move this contract to an American company without tender for 150 million. When 2 senior South African Post Office members objected to this move, they were both suspended on allegedly trumped up charges. It appears that the intention is to loot the coffers of the South African Post Office. The ACDP asserts that we cannot turn a blind eye to the deficiencies within the Post Office related to irregular expenditure, performance reporting, to poor governance and leadership efficiencies, and to a lack of consequence management. Those at the South African Post Office who have no interest in turning this entity around must have the book thrown at them, be shown the door, and for goodness sake, for the sake of good governance and the poor in South Africa, let it not be a revolving door. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. UDM? ATM? Good,
No declaration, House Chair. Thank you.
thank you. NFP? AIC? COPE? PAC? Al-Jama?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Aldemar would like to thank Scopa for taking the lead in trying to make sure that South Africa has a better post office, and the recommendations are supported as we are moving in the right direction. I don't think now is the time to paint a picture of doom and gloom, but we need to be positive. Scopa has taken the lead. Let honorable members of parliament also take the lead by coming up with progressive solutions, because we don't want South Africa to be a failed state. A failed state is a state that doesn't have a good postal service. And we note that there has been a lot of efforts to strengthen the post office. Al-Jamaa supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. ANC? ANC? Honorable Member. ANC?
Thank you, House Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. A study conducted by the World Bank on financial inclusion and the role of the post office found that women, poor adults, and rural residents in developing economies are significantly less likely than their counterparts to have a formal bank account. The study indicated that those who have an account at the post office tend to be significantly poorer, older, less educated, and less likely to be employed than those who have an account at a financial institution. This therefore suggests that the post offices play a significant role in providing financial services, particularly to the marginalized and previously disadvantaged, who are often financially excluded. This is particularly true for developing countries with significant inequalities and underdevelopment like South Africa. Underdevelopment and inequality place impetus on the post office and post bank to play critical roles as key entities towards the realization of our national development agenda. The ANC believes that these two entities must be viewed as tools for the achievement of the objectives of the National Development Plan. The Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies must expedite all due processes and table before this House the Post Bank Amendment Bill, as well as the South African Post Office Amendment Bill. While the Post Bank Amendment Bill will align the Post Bank with the Banks Act of 1990 as to allow it to operate as a separate entity with its own regulatory framework, the South African Post Office Amendment Bill will allow for SAPA to expand its mandate, modernize and take advantage of technological advancements. SAPA will therefore expand its mandate to offer government services, agency services, financial services, e-commerce, logistics, retail authentication services, warehousing services, and also serve as a digital hub for businesses and communities, thereby enabling it to generate more income. The oversight visit report we are tabling today concludes that there are indeed many challenges that threaten the existence and sustainability of the South African Post Office. These pertain to the following amongst others. The entity continues to face severe liquidity challenges. The subsidy that is allocated by government to SAPA is not sufficient to cover all the costs. It only covers salaries. This impacts negatively on the delivery of SAPA's core mandate. There are deficiencies related to irregular expenditure and performance reporting. Critical vacant posts that have not been filled timelessly, especially in the finance and supply chain management units, have contributed to the entity being unable to implement sufficient internal controls to maintain accurate accounting records. The financial position of the South African Post Office has reached alarming levels, and the net losses continue to increase year on year. Losses accumulated to 2.457 billion in the current financial year, which is a jump from 2.454 billion in the previous financial year. The ANC supports the recommendations made in the report of the Standing Committee of Public Accounts on its oversight visit to the South African Post Office, and thus calls on the South African Post Office and Departments of Communications and Digital Technologies to implement the entity's audit action plan and to continue to engage the National Treasury to get financial support. We also welcome the various interventions in the form of partnerships with strategic players to ensure the entity's sustainability and successful implementation of the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy. In the same spirit, we'd like to urge the South African Post Office to speedily act against those found guilty of corruption, and together with the State Information Technology Agency, SITA, develop tighter technological mechanisms to prevent fraud and corruption in all branches of SAPO. The ANC is concerned about the gross vandalism and robberies that have been taking place in so many SAPO branches across the country. This has resulted in the closure of some of these branches. We call on all citizens of this country to work with the police to protect and safeguard post office buildings, infrastructure, and most importantly, the staff that ensures that services are rendered on a daily basis. Honorable members, while we believe that the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy provides a glimmer of hope to turn the tide, we also understand that in turn, its current form, the Post Office is unable to adequately service millions of SRD grants or 350 beneficiaries. The ANC supports the partnership with Pick n Pay, Boxer, ShopRite, Checkers, and USAVE, which gives SRD grant beneficiaries more withdrawal options. We further support that the South African Post Office commits to continuing to disperse the old age, disability, and child grant. ANC supports the report. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Swartz. Honorable members, yesterday we made a request that members should try to approach the podium punctually. So we're making that plea again, that please, let's, even those that at the virtual platform, they should try to be punctual. Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The seventh order, Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Public Accounts on oversight visit to ESCOM and its infrastructure projects of Medupi and Kusile from 20 to 22 April 2022.
The Honorable M. Sangwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I rise to present the committee of the report of scope of our oversight visit, a follow-up visit, and I think that's important, to Medupi and Gusile, which was on the 20th to the 22nd of April 2022. The committee took the view that a follow-up visit would give more insight into why the problems persist, thereby placing the committee and this House in a better position to make further appropriate recommendations on how these problems can be addressed. The committee further believed that interaction with management was crucial if any of the improvement was to be seen in those areas where the AG had raised concern. Before the actual visit, the committee received an audit briefing from ESCOM's auditing firm, SNG, for the financial year 2020-2021. Medupi incurred irregular expenditure of 355 million rands for the financial year 2021. This being due to irregular tender processes and breach of legislation, which included modifications exceeding National Treasury thresholds. For Gusile, irregular expenditure amounting to 27 million rands was attributed to the same reasons as for Medupi. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 4.4 billion rands was incurred by Medupi and Gusile, 1 billion rands of which was an overpayment to ABB by Gusile. In this parliament, the 6th parliament, and since this scope has been constituted, we have engaged with ESCOM more than any other entity. We've met with them 12 times. Based on these incidences, the committee wanted to determine the extent to which the committee's recommendations of 2019 were implemented. This House unanimously in 2019 adopted 23 recommendations. On our follow-up visit, only 9 had been met. Find out how much progress had been made since the committee's last visit, establish why the blackouts continue as they continue now as we speak, probe areas of non-compliance, weak internal controls and consequence management, and find out the cause of the explosion at Unit 4 in Medupi. So I raise these issues, Chairperson of the committee, because the committee is keenly aware as to the problems at ESCOM. Right. No, that chair. Our recommendations, building on the 23 which remain, we are further adding that they must carry out regular maintenance of units, very basic, develop a cleanup operation and plan and identify teams that may be resisting internal controls where the application of a turnaround strategy is hampered, and put together a report detailing consequence management. Should there be any officials who contribute to the delay in addressing the committee's recommendations. I want to say, Chairperson, as a committee, we were generally disappointed by the extent which the accounting authority, the board, and the executive management seem not to have addressed the financial management weaknesses and other shortcomings that have been previously identified, especially as some of these matters have been raised in the oversight visit of 2019 ATC on the 16th of October 2019. In light of the above, the committee resolves that the AG should conduct a special follow-up audit into the matter of financial weaknesses of ESCOM. The committee further resolves that the accounting authority, the board, submits quarterly progress reports on the implementation of the above recommendations to the National Assembly, the first which is due in 30 days after the adoption of this report by this House. Baby seat. Of course, after the meeting with the board of ESCOM, a complaint was filed with the Speaker of the National Assembly against myself, the chair, following an incident that occurred during that meeting. A decision in this regard is pending to determine whether or not this matter will serve before the Powers and Privileges Committee. I await the opportunity to address that committee so that there is clarity on these matters. I therefore, Chair, put this report to the House and commend it for adoption. Thank you.
The units are battling to produce the desired amounts of electricity, and progress in construction remains slow despite large amounts being spent. Can I continue? The Kusile project started in 2008 and was initially scheduled for completion in 2012. That changed to 2023 and has now been moved to 24, whilst beset with oversight problems. That is 16 years and is still not up to speed. Eskom is still beset with corruption. Generator capacity remains inadequate. Consequent management appears to be absent in many cases. Regular maintenance occurs at 13% of that required, and new skills, time, and money are needed but remain lacking. Management of flue gas desulfurization remains problematic and results in the reduction in generation power, which has the unintended consequence of lowering the output, and high levels of municipal debt remain a problem. Well, if in 15 years they cannot address the issue of skills, time, and money, I fail to see how this is going to change going forward. Generally, in a 15-year time span, a person can complete 12 years of schooling and a foundation degree of 3 years. Not so, however, it would appear with Eskom. It remains trapped in this time warp and is unable to make progress. SCOPA has made various recommendations, which we support, but we can no longer stand here and talk about the issues when ignoring the real hindrance, which is ANC economic policy and their inability to allow the development and oversight of a proper, strong, and growing economy. The ANC government is still unwilling to adopt bold and decisive measures to address the electricity crisis, and this is illogical considering its claims that it seeks to attract investment, develop infrastructure, and create jobs. To quote a member of the Eskom board, it is the ANC's mess. To rescue Eskom, to rescue the economy, and to rescue the country, we need to kick out the ANC and elect a fit-for-purpose government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. EFF?
Yeah, boss. I was here before my name was called.
Yeah, EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF supports the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on its oversight visit to Eskom and its infrastructure projects of Medupi and Kusile. House Chairperson, the EFF maintains that there is a deliberate and political project to make sure that Eskom collapses. There is a plan to take generation of electricity from Eskom and put it in the hands of a small minority who benefited from colonialism and apartheid. And these are the people who will continue to benefit from neocolonialism. We say this because when the committee went to Eskom, talks of IPPs and private sector dominated the conversation. It is even more shocking because they are proposed practical solutions that are obvious and just require political will to address the problems at Medupi and Kusile. There is no reason why Medupi and Kusile should be suffering, including suffering from imposed emission quotas. Take Kusile, for example. We just need to build a coal mine to be a direct feeder as it was initially conceptualized. It is not sustainable to have 800 coal trucks per day to feed 3 units. It means once all 6 units are operational, we're going to need 1,600 coal trucks. It is not sustainable. We cannot have trucks delivering coal in an open field, which exposes our people to serious health dangers and damage to the environment. That is why we are told the coal is wet and there's a need for load shedding. As Parliament, we must appropriate necessary budget to develop that mine near Kusile. Otherwise, the whole project is not feasible. Kusile must be speeded up to train engineers for the desulfurization equipment. Medupi must get out of the take or pay contracts. Those arrangements are irrational, not sustainable, and just a form of stealing. Lastly, it is foolish to install equipment in Medupi, which Eskom's engineers do not have the necessary skills or capacity to operate. We do, as I said, Chairperson, support the report to Scopen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. The IFP. Is it,
Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much.
you.
Firstly, as the IFP, we support this report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. And we think that the problems that they've identified at Eskom are not ones that we are not aware of. And it is time that Eskom and government gets their act together, because we cannot have this continuing issue of Eskom. And without other energy suppliers, it makes it incumbent upon us to rely on Eskom to perform effectively. And given the fact that hundreds of millions of rand have been poured into this empty hold called Eskom, we demand of them to perform better so that South Africans can at least get benefit from the taxpayers' money that we've put into Eskom. Having said that, Honorable Chairperson, I think it is quite a serious challenge where in some instances, legal customers of Eskom, for example, in the Mzinto area, have been disconnected because Eskom and the law enforcement agencies cannot manage illegal connections to informal settlements. Now, I don't think that it is constitutionally correct for legal customers of Eskom to suffer from the fact that illegal connections are taking place. And I would urge that Eskom, the CEO, and the powers that be come together to ensure that they accelerate the electrification program in the informal settlements. People living there also deserve electricity, and it needs to be provided so that they can also benefit from the freedom of South Africa in 1994. And if prepaid meters are installed there, I think they are more than willing to pay for electricity and access it as is their right. But having legal people pay the price is certainly not acceptable. The Medupi and Kusile issues we've been hearing about. I served on the Committee of Public Enterprises for many years. And, you know, we know about the exorbitant accelerated costs there. And, you know, sometimes heads have to roll for Eskom to get things right. And we trust that the minister and government, in fact, the president, because there is a committee in the deputy president's office that deals with energy matters, that they really get their act together, because we cannot tolerate this kind of, ineptitude moving forward. So as the AFRA, we support the report and thank the members of the committee that went out there to physically inspect what is happening at some of these power stations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. FF Plus.
Honorable Chairperson, the findings and report of the oversight visit read like a horror story. Explosions due to procedure not followed, 2.4 billion in damages due to lack of supervision, no plant maintenance during the previous year, unit not operational as the weight certification, no conveyor belts, progress in construction slow, project started in 2008, initially scheduled to be completed in 2012, revised completion date is now 2024. Culture of evergreen contracts, ESCOM beset by corruption, generator capacity remains inadequate, consequent management in wanting, skills lacking, lack of regular maintenance, and so it continues. All of this while South Africa is suffering because of continued load shedding. Businesses are suffering and people are losing their livelihoods. The horror story of fraud and corruption, billions lost, project backlogs, and sabotage is caused by the ANC policies of cadre deployment, affirmative action, and black economic empowerment. The people of South Africa deserve better than the ANC. The people deserve reliable and affordable electricity supply and a government who spends taxpayers' money wisely and who prevents fraud and corruption. Agbare voorsitter, hierdie verslag is weer 'n bewys dat alles waaraan die ANC die afgelope 28 jaar geraak het, verval het en omkeerstrategie benodig. Die ANC het Eskom in die grond investeer, kaders en politieke elites verryk terwyl gewone Suid-Afrikaners, veral die armstes van die armste ly. Om die krisis by Kusile en Medupi aan te spreek, is kundige amptenare met die nodige vaardighede nodig. Goeie bestuurspraktyke en die voldoening om prosedure is nodig. Die VG+ ondersteun die verslag en die aanbevelings. Die aanbevelings moet net dringend geïmplementeer word. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On behalf of Honorable Swartz, I would make the statement. The ACGP appreciates the oversight visits conducted by SCOPA from the 20th to the 22nd of April to Eskom and its power plants, Medupi and Kusile. We also appreciate SCOPA's chairperson's apology to Eskom board member following an altercation between the two. The report is somewhat dated, however, as Eskom recently advised Parliament that the risk of load shedding remained high for the upcoming summer season. This after it confirmed as of the 31st of August 2022 that there had already been a record 91 days of load shedding this year alone. Subsequent to this report, Eskom instituted stage 6 load shedding for the first time since 2015, partly as a result of an illegal strike. These power cuts had a devastating impact on the economy and were largely the cause of contraction in GDP by some 0.7% in the second quarter, which followed a 1.7% growth of GDP in the first quarter when there were less severe power cuts. As a result, it was announced that an energy action plan to drastically reduce load shedding over the coming 36 months. The plan includes actions aimed at improving the performance of Eskom's coal fleet, including the new build power stations, as well as initiatives to introduce new private generation and reduce demand. The question is how quickly this ambitious and welcome plan will be implemented. It is against this background that this SCOPA report must be considered. The report highlights a number of issues which colleagues have referred to, such as that there is a persistent problem of municipal debt owed to Eskom, which at the time of the report was a staggering 45 billion rand. The committee's recommendations are self-explanatory and include carrying out regular maintenance of units, developing a clean operating plan, and identifying teams that may be resisting internal controls which
UDM? ATM? Good. NFP? AIC? COPE?
Honorable House Chair, we paid a visit to UP Power Station East, largely to look at the forced removals of residents around the power station. But what we discovered was the neglect of the community there. Honorable members, as I referred to the environmental concerns, there is an ash mountain, maybe half the size of Table Mountain, that is accumulating and accumulating. We saw disparities in accommodation. There were so many villages, one for Japanese, one for Germans. Every nation is represented there, and you compare it with the housing for the local residents, it's a problem. So it was our observation that that power station is largely run by foreigners. They keep the country to ransom. They do what they want, and we've heard about the neglect. And we need a governing party to send those members who subscribe to renewal to do oversight as well.
should heads. The two major objectives of action plan as announced by President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa for second term are to improve the performance of ESCOM existing power station and to add new generation capacity to the grid as quickly as possible. Honorable members. Honorable members too. But Nyang Pazami.
Order, honorable members.
Nyang Pazami. Honorable members, to achieve this, a solution must be found to the unsustainable ESCOM debt problem, and more generally, ESCOM operational and financial performance must be improved. A call for accountability, consequence management in relation to the state of ESCOM is what our oversight visit was about. We were not there to be told about what we already know. Detailed diagnostics, historical challenges confronting ESCOM are well known and well documented. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, mistakes we have made in the past which contributed to the holistic challenges confronting ESCOM. As the ANC, we have been open and frank and accepted our mistakes, and we're not arrogant and aloof to the realities confronting ESCOM. Hence, in our 2017 ANC strategy and tactics document on building a development state, we have stated categorically clear that construction of a new society depends centrally on the leadership role of the state. Secondly, we have said that the state should be able to attract the best and the brightest in our society. We have said that professionalism in the bureaucracy and stability, especially in the management echelons,
Order,
are
honorable
critical
members.
and non-negotiable. This committee once again has made important recommendations upon completion of our oversight. These recommendations include the following. We said ESCOM must develop a plan for the restoration of internal controls, ensure skills development, address poor procurement and poor governance matters. Consequence management is needed as soon as yesterday. Ensure regular maintenance and skills transfer from equipment manufacturers. Now, honorable members, it is very important for me to stress the importance of ensuring skills transfer from equipment manufacturers. Let me explain why. Kusile Power Station use a system called FDG. We're being technical now. Listen carefully. Now, FDG is a flue gas desulfurization, which is the set of technologies used to remove sulfur dioxide. Listening,
Order, honorable members.
listening is a skill complemented with discipline. Now we're saying this DFG, which is a fluid gas desulfurization plant, it reduces sulfur dioxide from burning of coal. Now, yes, now honorable members, we are saying as the ANC, we cannot allow the Moses approach when dealing with challenges of ESCOM. Moses took 40 years to liberate and relieve the children of Israel from Egypt. We cannot afford ESCOM management to take 40 years to change the situation and challenges at ESCOM and to end load shedding. We are not children of Israel. We cannot adopt a Moses approach. Load shedding must be ended as soon as yesterday. As the ANC, we support the recommendations. And lastly, let me address the elephant in the room. When the chairperson of the committee addressed the matter of the member of the board who became unbecoming, he did so following the rules of order and procedural. What then happened after? It was a political intervention and interference. What's good for the geese is good for the gander. In future, when the ANC give the guidance and direction to its members, that must not be viewed as political interference, as the IFP was able to call one of its own to apologize for sticking to the law to the latter. The ANC supports the recommendation. I thank you.
Where's Brian
Molefe?
I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I move that this House adopts this report as tabled and supported by all parties.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Honorable Spongel. Can I have your attention, honorable members? It's late again. Honorable members, the proceedings of the day went smoothly and the debate was flowing very well until some members decided to ignore the NA Rule 84, which caused the House to deteriorate into chaos. Rule 84 states that no member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming, or unparliamentary words or language, nor offensive, unbecoming, or threatening gestures. Honorable members are reminded to observe this rule at all times. But may I also lastly draw your attention to Rule 64 on the conduct of members. You are reminded not to take photographs, footage, video footage during proceedings, speak on a cell phone, eat, read newspapers, or in any other way conduct themselves, that is members, in a manner not befitting the dignity and decorum of the House. And the last very serious announcement to make, honorable members, is that concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.
That's the best announcement, Chairperson. Thank you.